Hello, everybody. We're back. Day 10 of the new account. We're just gonna dive right back in. We gotta get through all this. I'm just gonna keep moving. That's the way it works. Yeah, everybody loaded in. Man, who to level up first? Really hoping the lawn people are done. They were being very loud. But with my luck, they're gonna start again. There we go. Okay. And we need potions, and we don't have any. We have gems. We got like one chest worth of gems. That's not gonna be enough. That's not gonna be enough. Those golds, yeah, those are golds. Oh, double epic. Well, that's how you start the day. For two champions that we're not going to use ever, but hey, we're marking off the epics, I guess. Okay, so we need I need a speed potion. 9 to fire breath. And away we go. Yep, nope. They're being loud again. What is it the noise outside the mic is picking up? Weird. I don't know what happened with my audio software, but it used to just cut all that stuff out. Now it's just like, no. Screw your audio quality, buddy. Doesn't matter how long you worked on it. We're gonna just turn that off in the software or something. I don't know. Anyway. Okay, we need electrons. How many did we get? We did get a couple. Here's mine. Here's Mars's. And there's Jason's from yesterday. Let's see what we get. Oh, something for Lazelle, apparently. Spoilers. Test. Come on, Eliwick. Well, if it was Eliwick, we'd have gotten an achievement. So I guess that gives it away. That it's not Eliwick. Damn. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, we'll know that it's Eliwick because we'll get an achievement for getting 6 pieces of gear on Eliwick. But if we don't see it open, if we don't see that pop up when we pop the chest, then we know we didn't get it. Oh boy. Hey, it's King of Feathers. It's such a good monster. Good monster art. Okay, now they've shut that off. I really hope that's it. So annoyingly loud. Hello, Maskinax Sergeant, Alkirai, Xenobite, hello. So today, I mean, we're gonna try to just push through as much of Tomb of Annihilation as we can. we are trying to get to the point where, like, we can unlock Azaka, who's in 12, and Dragonbait, who's in 11. And then the idea is to get a 2 and a 6 from the event, a 2 and a 6 from the event, and then time gate a 7. And then we'll have split the party too. Obviously, this takes a while, so you know, things may change as we work towards that goal, but that is the idea. Currently. So we're just trying to race through Tomb. Trying to get, you know, Diana to feed us Electrums. That'd be nice. Lots and lots of Electrum chests. He's at 19 out of 313. So, you know, we could use, you know, if she wants to drop like 100 today, that'd be cool. I don't think that's going to happen. But if she wants to, we'll be okay with it. I think that would be more than enough to get us 50 would probably be more than enough, but we'll just say 100. I mean, if we're going to ask the universe for something. This one will go in 225 areas, so just kind of cruise control. Gotta wait. Gotta go and wait. I should probably prep Nordum's guide. Oh, you know what? I can finish Lark's. J-Dog with 40 steps across the quad. A lot of steps. A lot of steps. Started the machine up again. Understand. Okay. Lark stuff. Lark stuff. So, what's up on my other account? The gem feat for Eliwick worth it? Yes. I mean, eventually, when you can eventually afford it, yes. But you won't be able to afford it right away. Hey, Isidore. All right. 275 for the first. Oh. And that one. And 2 more. Who's that? Pick up. King of Feathers dying? Good. Alright. Legendaries. Okay. Mark's Guide updated. We find it. Then I can work on Nordums. Last time I updated Nordum's Guide was December 26, 2024. Almost a year ago. Almost a year ago. Hey, Dalcoon. Xenobite, also 40 steps across the quad. Booking it. Oh, silvers. Gold. Nothing. Okay. Electrons. No. Well, that's a... I need to count again. I think I missed. And there's one for Tess. Okay. I need to do the count. Count. No. 1, 2, 7, 10, 12, 13, 17, 20, 26, 30, 35, 40, 42, 45, 49, 53, 56. Oh, we were at 57. Okay, so okay. We didn't miss one. Okay. Delcoon also 40 steps across the quad. I get why they have it jump in like 5s, but I gotta say, almost a little disappointing that it's not, you can't hit 42 or 69. Just a little disappointing. Oh, I didn't need to. Did I click this today? No, we got 42 minutes. Okay. Did I get my daily? Yes. Man, the leaf blowers just triggering the mic like wild. Can't do anything about it. All right. Let's see here. Normal motion fighter, lawful neutral, that stays the same. Binary. Yes. Okay. All of those are the same. Stats, the 16s and 8s. So odd, but sure, okay. Basic attack. Okay, no, that didn't change at all. Okay. Remove his attack speeds until we know if it's changed or not. Self DPS doesn't matter. Ultimate stays the same. That down. And we have 1, 2, 3 abilities. Four mortally ranks is staying exactly the same. Item and okay, multiple feats. Okay. Next one is becoming for programming. So what used to be rule of law which was based on lawful champions, is going away and becoming core programming. Which is a buff based off the what core you have in, right? That's going to have an item, right? Yeah, it has an item. And any feats? There's a feat. We have another. Oh, 2 feats. Okay. Hey, Dance Lover. Alright, how am I going to put this? And Modron Core Toolbox was a base feature of Nordum before, and now it's becoming a specialization. But yeah, but it doesn't change. It's just becoming a specialization. It's Is working towards the Zaka Dragon Bait? Yes, that's what we are doing. I'm updating, or I'm prepping Nordum's new guide. We're getting close. 177. We got to get to 225 on this one. Hey, we got Centuries achievement. Nice. Yellow Hydrate. Our achievement bonus up to 328.5%. Whee! Oh boy. Did we get any time gate pieces? We did. Oh my god. Hank. 2 of them just on this run. Ah, good lord. Hank's just like, no, you're just gonna do time gates, dude. Don't. Why are you bothering with the rest of this stuff? Okay, there's another for our progress tracker. That's 55. We have gems? No. Okay. Jesus, Hank. Hmm. Okay, so they have a specialization item and they have multiple specialization feats. Yeah. All right, that guide's prepped. I believe. Next, this is. Almost prepped. Is that it? Was Vi's speed effect? It's okay. It's one of those things like there's you know, it depends on like what other champions you're running. Like Vi basically helps a wave spawn at the same time, so all the enemies push onto the screen at once instead of in a staggered release. So if you aren't at a 1 kill clear, then she's going to potentially help you. And she, you know, leveling, putting item levels into her makes more enemies in a wave spawn at the exact same time. But the reality is, it's like, you know, usually only on a regular area, usually only about 3 enemies spawn per wave, unless you've got a lot of extra stuff going on. So it's, you know, it depends. It depends. I like her better than Melf because she's consistent, right? Melf's is always random. But that's me. Doesn't necessarily mean that she's better than Melv. Just I like her better than Melv. Hey, Star Chaser. Nothing. Potion of speed. I'll take it, but not really what I was looking for. Yeah, dismissive. Staying warm so far. We haven't had any pipes freeze yet, knock on wood. I think it's a little warmer today. This is why the yard people are out trying to clean up leaves everywhere. The weather doesn't suck at the moment. Since most speed champions do not accelerate offline progression, what type of champions do? None of them. It's not a thing. You just set a formation to complete stuff offline and then leave it. Like there's nothing that speeds that up. I mean, it would literally be speed champions. They wouldn't be like offline speed champions. They just, you know, not a thing. Okay. These need to. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oops. Too far. Right. That's ready. Beats. Their third bench 4, nice. Well, I mean, it is what it is. But hey, you got 7 gold chests, so you know. You got Carlock from a time gate. Now you have an epic on Carlock plus some more gear, right? Which you wouldn't have had before. So, Pretty. I think it's almost nicer for Hank, because Hank's variants suck, so you get some chests for Hank without having to do his variant. Right? Okay. People don't think I'm just ignoring you all here. I'm working on this. Working on this. I pull the trigger and dump in a bunch of contracts. So started saving to start the transition to 9 jump. Oof. It's straight from 4 to 7. Good. Because 7 is actually like, for me, 7 was 50% more gems than 4. So that sounds perfect. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That was not the spot. There we go. But yeah, going to 7 jump from 4 was the biggest increase for me, and then 8 seemed to be only a very small increase, which makes sense. I mean, 4 to 7 is a good number of levels, but 8 almost felt like, I mean, you kind of want to do it anyway because whatever time you can shave off, shave off. But yeah, 7 felt better when I got there. All of these go away. Yay! Oh, this part goes away. I changed all of that. Yeah. All right. Hey, Traylon. The rework guy for Northern working on? Yes. Yes. And we're done with it for now. I was just prepping it. Yeah. He's, I mean, he should be a better support based off the way it looks. I forgot to do good with. Should be a better support. He is not, based off this, it doesn't look like he's going to be a better, he's going to be any better at leveling up your Modron core early on, which I wish he'd been a little better early and then they just capped him, right? Like, you know, I wish he just straight up out of the gate doubled your Modron core XP, right? And then just put a cap on. Well, I guess they can't cap his item now because it's not an ability, it's specializations. Ugh. But it would have made more sense because he's just, I mean, the fact that Diana levels a Modron core better than him until you can invest outrageous, you know, tons and tons and tons of item levels on him, like that's bad for the Modron, right? It's supposed to, whose niche is supposed to be leveling cores. But I guess now it's just, I don't even know what his niche is now. Yeah. Because he has this ability that reacts different ways depending on the core you have in, like the Modron core you have in the party. And so he almost doesn't have a niche anymore. Electrums, 2 electrums. Nice. Okay, we needed that. But that's, oh, hey, Diana's speed ability. Finally. All right. Nice. So whenever I see the Juggernaut, I know, like, getting close to Azaka time. The Juggernaut's the big, kind of the big deal if you're not coming in here with good power. It's not even power, it's just breakers, really. The ability to remove the Juggernaut segments really quickly. Speed potion. Make the speed potion. Anybody else Esmeralda's one item away. One green away from if we have chests for her, we can start opening them. I don't know that we do. I don't think we have named Esmeralda chests yet. Not sure if we're gonna make it to our goal without running out of stuff. What I should probably work on is trying to wrap my head around the updates to the new player reference. Let me make sure. Yeah. Oh, so we have 133 event champions now. Yeah, okay. 57 total. We're up to 197 guides. Good Lord. When is... So Nordham's a rework. It'll be in the new... It'll be next year. I'm not going to make 3 new guides before the end of this month. We'll hit 200 next year. Place. That's really no place. I camp Eliwick before working on Brave. Yes. Briv is the last champion in a speed group for you to work on. Like Eliwick is one of the first. I think Eliwick and Diana, I'm going to be kind of trading off once I get 6 pieces. I'm going to get Eliwick up to like 50 first, or a little around average item level 50-ish, and then I'll try to do the same with Diana. And then I'll go back to working on Eliwick. They're just a potent combination early on. But like, I don't even know if we'll get to leveling Briv for speed in this playthrough, because by the time, I mean, you know, by the time you get there, that's like a late, like that's usually either a late mid-game thing or a late game thing. Like, yeah. Spread through the block for Nordham looks lackluster, but maybe I'm wrong. Just doesn't matter. Well, I mean, he's got multiple Well, he's got a lot of better abilities. He's got the potential for pre-stack, I believe. Which he never, you know, he was just garbage before as a support. So he could be a really good support. He just does, I don't know, his you know, his Modron core leveling didn't change. So to me, that's just like, I mean, like, okay, yay, finally Nordum isn't a waste of a champion, but you couldn't give his Modron core leveling a little love? Like, come on. Like, for new player, the fact that he's still bait, basically. Like, people find out, oh, Nordum levels your Modron core faster, you know, or it gets you more XP for your Modron core. I'm going to pick him up early and use him to level up these new Modron cores I got. But then they find out that they should have gotten Diana because Diana does it better and gives you Electrum chests on top of it. Right? Like, and then you just feel bad. And I don't like, I wish with these reworks they were removing the feel bad part of someone getting a champion. Like they had a chance to make it so Nordum just didn't have a feel bad part, but they didn't, and that's, you know, disappointing to me. So white, it wasn't enough to get her 6 yet, though. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, Briv doesn't pay off well early on with your item levels, so you need a full speed team and gem generation with Eliwick before to be able to generate the gems that Briv needs to level up with. Like, otherwise, you halt all your progress for something that isn't even rewarding you for a very long time. Traylon, 7 steps across the quad. Nice. Okay, it looks like we're gonna be fine, maybe. Let's see. Okay, let me open a new player reference. Where even is it? There. The last time we updated this was June of last year. Almost like, I mean, right off the bat, it's like First milestone, unlock Dritz and get the Gem Hunter Global Blessing, and that's not it anymore. Oh, wow. Craven, 10 steps across the quad. Craven, if crit chance is over 100%, does that mean every attack is a crit? Yes, and over 100% means there's a chance for like a double crit. So Catty Bree can get herself over 100% with her item pretty easily. So then she does like mega crits, like depending on, you know, how far over. So you can get, you know, triple, quadruple, quintuple, like it just keeps going. She doesn't have a cap on her item. Yeah. Which is just another multiplier in the string, right? Like, because you're already getting, when you crit, you're getting the crit damage bonus multiplier. But if you're over 100% crit and you get that extra crit, there's another multiplier in the string for you, right? She's the only one that can really shoot like way over 100%. That's why I call her the queen of crit chance. Rosie's the queen of crit damage. But obviously, you know, with a lot of these champions now, like Hank and Duke Ravengard and stuff that can raise crit chance of the party, there's lots of ways to get people up around 100 or slightly over. But the Catty Bree's the only one that just really just leaves it all behind. Oh, that's the Juggernaut. The Juggernaut is rough. I mean, when this game, when this area, Tomb of the Nine Gods, first dropped, like the Juggernaut basically pancaked people repeatedly. It's the Juggernaut is the actual difficult boss in Tomb of the Nine Gods. It was always like, well, if you can beat the Juggernaut, then you can beat a Sararak and the Soulmonger, like easy. Because they're just sitting here. The Juggernaut's coming at you, and then when it hits you, it just starts rolling over your party. Basically, it does a lot of damage. And early on, there just wasn't enough crowd control to stop it from hitting your party. Nowadays, it's, you know, we strolled right by it, right? Hank's knockback on his attack helps a lot. Oh boy. I don't like when I have to basically fully rewrite something, but that's the situation here. I don't want to do it today. It's gonna have to happen. Not having it today. We got a lot. I mean, we're gonna have stuff to do tomorrow. I'll keep my guide updating for tomorrow. For armored enemies, what indicates the armor amount? Or is it just based on the damage amount of each? So armored just means that okay. An armored enemy is what I call a segmented health enemy. CNE gets these terms confused. Like this, so segmented health enemies are armored and hit based. They like to say segmented health, segmented for hit based, but whatever. I think they're both segmented, so it's confusing. So hit based is something that basically, if you look at it, it's got all the little segments. It's segmented health, and if you hover over it, it'll say like 50 HP. And there's a yellow layer, and then when you take the yellow layer off, there's a red layer underneath. That means there's 25 segments, but 2 colors, so 50 segments overall, and they're 1 HP each. That means anyone, as long as you're doing damage, you can remove a segment, hence hit based. You hit it and it loses a segment. Armored, though, is the same kind of thing. Like the number of segments is dictated there based off. You can hover over it. If you hover over it, the health is an actual number. So, something with an E value usually. But usually you're looking at two layers, like a yellow layer and a red layer. It's in 50 segments. You know, most boxes, like here with the Juggernaut and with the Sararak, they're both armored. They both have 50 segments. Soulmonger is hit based. It has like 100 segments. So armored, like there isn't an armored. Like armored is just a designation. To know, like, you know, how much damage you need, you have to hover over the armored boss, look at its health, and then divide it by 50 by the number of segments, which normally is 50. And then that's the minimum amount of damage you need to remove one segment. Like base. If you have someone like Gozerkin, Gozer can lower the threshold. I call it just kind of the armor threshold, is basically the health value that you have to hit. So yeah. So armor was, so hit base was, I think hit base was added to the game first, and it was to make it take longer to kill a boss, and thus potentially, you know, require people to have semi-survivable formations, because early on it was like people just weren't using tanks at all. That was just all supports and DPS, and because you could one-shot everything, and so they added hit-based stuff to start, and then that proved to not be as, you know, great as they had hoped. So then they added armored, and that changed things, right? So early on, it was just, hey, you got to remove the armor segments. And then we started seeing champions that were breakers. Breakers are, they help you either remove an extra segment. So if you are able to break a segment, you'll break two or more, depending on how many breakers or what value the breaker says. Like this is actual health, CE 76 HP. So, man. And then they can also, like Gosrick is the one that can reduce the amount of damage needed to remove a segment. So that's what breakers do. So breakers in and of themselves don't remove segments. Like they, you know, because they're support champions. They're not doing enough damage to remove a segment. What they're doing is they're giving the DPS, who's usually the only one when you're pushing deep, only your primary DPS used to be the one that was the only one removing segments. So breakers just aided them, right? And then they started adding champions that I refer to as shredders, and those are the ones that have bud base, like they can activate bud base damage abilities. You know, when certain things go on, and then they can also chew through armored segments like your primary DPS. So yeah. There's a lot going on there. I mean, initially it was added so that, you know, you'd get to the point where only your primary DPS was able to remove segments, and it would take a while, like it is with Sararak. And thus you'd have to survive that whole time against whatever damage they were doing to you, which early on was hard. Nowadays, obviously, there's a lot of tools we have that make it easier. So like, what would break an armor piece if not a breaker champion? That's not, breaker champions don't break armor. Like they don't remove a segment of armor. They help you. They're not actually doing enough damage usually. They help you. They help the person that is removing the segment remove multiple, or they just make it easier, right? Hey, Shevik. How does clicking affect, I'm just going to say segmented health enemies because it's the same. It only works once every 5 seconds. And you have to see, are you doing enough damage? Like, so, you know, on a hit-based enemy, yeah, as long as you're doing 1 damage or more, it's going to remove it. But on an armored enemy, you got to have enough damage in your click to remove an armor segment. But again, only once every 5 seconds. So it can help you get through an armored enemy a little bit, but it's like, if, you know, it's not going to help a lot. Not going to help a lot. And that's why fire breath potions are nice, right? Because fire breath is based off your bud. So if your butt is high enough, you can very slowly click through an armored enemy, or at least add some extra, you know, chunk removals to whatever you're already doing. Winterfest done, no more feasting. I need to claim. Last day, huge potion of speed, large bounty contract, potion of polish. Hey, time gate piece, Modron component pieces. Don't care about these. But we like that potion of polish. Oh, Sentry's green. That's progress. And that means we now have 6 time gate pieces. Oh my god. Time to time gate another person. What are my offers? Hey, huge potion of fire breath. I'll take it. Let's see if we can fish for anything that's worthwhile. Ooh, 672. Not bad. Oh, I don't want to scan. Nope. And no. Oh, did I have enough gems? Yes. Potions? I'm gonna break that one down. Okay, that one will get used. Those Modron components they're not, I hate to disappoint you all, but Modron component pieces, like those little things that you just got a stack of 500 of, those aren't pipes, it's the things used to upgrade pipes, which makes them kind of, you don't need to upgrade pipes until, in my opinion, you don't really need to upgrade pipes until you're supercharging. Like, you could hold off until then. No, you don't want to upgrade, like, if hopes to upgrade, no. Useless items, no. Like, the only thing you'd ever want to spend Modron component pieces upgrading would be directed pipes. Directed pipes. Like, undirected, no. You might, at some point, want, like, the only undirected piece you might ever upgrade would potentially be a blue undirected cross piece. But no, yeah, you don't want to upgrade anything else. These are the chest code that gave chests and 2 carrots yesterday. Silent Wolf, can you explain why you break down the potions? Are they not useful? Well, so right now, the only potions that matter to me, and I didn't even activate some, are speed and click damage. And my problem is I don't have enough of them. So to get more of them, I come over here and I break down the stuff that I'm not using. Like I don't need giant strength potions. I got plenty of damage. I don't actually need this many of these sitting in the bank. We'll break down some of those. I'll just keep like 5. I don't need the health potion. Everything else I want. Oh, I don't need this specialization potion. So boom. So now I've generated some reagents, and I can... Not enough. Unfortunately, we're burning through them quicker than I would like. Yeah, now I can go fast again. That's what I'm doing. Because I don't like the health. We can easily complete these goals. I don't need health potions. The only time I would want a health potion is if I was doing like a deep favor push. And I would really want one of these. Not these others. I would want one of these to last forever. So like these, and this are getting used on deep favor pushes. I don't have one here. So when we do a deep favor push, it won't be happening in Tomb, but when we do one on like Tales of the Champions, I'm probably going to have to resort to this. But we don't really need health. So yeah, I can just get rid of the ones that basically aren't helping me right now. Just to help me get through this content quicker. And then later on, hopefully we bank up some of the bigger ones and we'll be fine. Chevigast, I hear a trusty Modron with the best ultimate animation is not getting much better of an upgrade. Well, his support functionality looks to be getting really big. His Modron upgrading capabilities are not changing, which is a little sad. The Modron core, no plus pipes? I don't know what that means. Basics flowing with no clashing using all unlocked squares if possible. I'm not sure what I'm gonna need you to rephrase what it is you're trying to ask, because I'm not picking it up. Big Papa Bonk, I watched a Time Gate video of yours just recently. It was sad they don't have the season sale, but they kind of do that with events now. Oh, seasons went to live on a farm upstate. They'll never be back. Seasons literally almost shut the game down. So they'll never have anything like that again. It literally almost ruined the company. They gave too much stuff away in Seasons. It was real bad. That people just stopped spending money and only spent on seasons, like a tiny little amount on Seasons. And Jason's, we have no idea. Like, you're calling them somewhat weak support, but I don't know where you're getting that concept from, because we haven't seen any of the scaling at all. I don't understand this, like, prejudgment of Nordum. He has now a multiplicatively stacking ability in core programming. It's very modular. He has another multiplicatively stacking ability in the Great Modron puzzle. He has two more. He has specializations, two of which are multiplicatively stacking. All three of those have item support. We don't know which, if any, are going to get pre-stack support, but there's the potential for pre-stack items. So he's gone through the roof, and potentially in terms of damage, like support damage. I mean, he's going to be able to do like what, 10 stacks on core programming. It would be the max. The Great Modron puzzle. I don't even know yet. You get stacks based on the status of your Modron core outputs across all parties. What? I can't even do this math right now, huh? So let me see. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. So let's say 30 is the value. I don't know if that, I mean, that's probably average. So that's 100, and if you have 4 Modron cores in, like one in each party, on a main account, that's 120 stacks minimum. But it says, but I'm confused. It might go higher because it's like you get pipe bubble stacks for having powered outputs, epic powered outputs, supercharged outputs. I don't know if it's just like whatever the highest values, it just counts as one, and which is what I'm guessing. So 120 stacks. So even if that doesn't, let's see what. Even if that doesn't have a pre-stack, that's 3, 6, 9. That's an E13 buff just for having, 4 Modron cores at level 15 and piped. Which I think that alone is probably better than the old Nordum. But he's still got 4 more orderly ranks. He's got core programming feeds into that. He's got specializations that feed into that. I don't know. Basic functionality is specialization. Increases 4 orderly ranks by 33% for each base adventure you've completed in a grand tour. How many Grand Tour base adventures are there? I don't know. I can't check here. Oh, no, we can. 47. There's 47 stacks. What's that one? It's a 33. The 47th. All right, that one's only like EO7. If they ever continue making that, he has that. That one has an item though. If they do pre-stack, wow. For competency in the specialization choice, you get stacks based on the total level of all your Modron cores. So there's what? 3 free, 3 gems, and the Erois, and we're getting a lawful. So 8 Modron cores at 15 levels. That's 120 stacks again. So that's another buff just like the Great Modron puzzle. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think he's got, I think there's potential there, but until we see if it's pre-stack or post-stack, we don't really know what his support buffing is going to be. It's definitely better than it was, which was a very low bar, obviously, but yeah. Maybe keep a health potion for Dragon Bait just in case. I'll have, by the time we get to Dragon Bait, I will have gotten a lot more potions. So I'm not worried. Yeah, I think he's going to be a better buffer. We just don't know how much of a better buffer. I mean, he's definitely gonna. No, he's just definitely gonna be a better buffer. We just, until we know, number of pre-stacks and if pre-stacked, what kind of scaling. What makes me sad is that they didn't just make his base Modron core toolbox, like a leveling of core functionality, better. Like just right off the bat, like just so that he was the choice, even with 0 gear over Diana, but he's not. And based off this, it doesn't look like he's going to be. Okay, so we have T, straight, and corner pipes. Haven't seen a cross yet. Oh, you're just not high enough yet. It's blue. You get those in blue rarity, blue and purple only. Yeah. Well, I mean, you're always hoping for pre-stacks, right? Anytime you see multiplicatively stacking with item support, you're hoping for pre-stack. I wish they just stated it in the blog posts. I don't know why they got to make us wait, but whatever. Between Lark, Daddy's, Nordum, and Yorvin, the best choice would be to spend event tokens for Yorvin. Oh, I don't. That's early on. I mean, I don't know. Like, are you new? Are you late game? Like, I don't know. I'm gonna be, getting my champions to roughly equal gearing, like. So, when you don't have a lot of resources, I spread them out so everybody's usable. Early on, you just need usable champions. So blue or better gear. Like get them to blues, 5 blues and a purple, and then work on somebody else. And then if you get to the end of the event and you have stuff left over, then decide. But until we know what Yorvin's going to do yet, until we know what Nordum's going to do yet, I can't really speak to what you would do with your event tokens. You're saying I'm going to have to buy the gem cores and use him to upgrade them to use him? Well, I mean, he's going to be... his scaling is based off how many cores you have and what level they are. That's part of his scaling. So if you're going to use him as a buffer, that's a thing. He's going to, so for newer players, he's not going to have that scaling at all because you're not going to have... You might not have a core yet, or you might be in the process of leveling it up like I am, right? So it's like the other champions that scale based off like completing patron stuff. It's just Nordum scaling is based off completing Modron core stuff. Yeah, but when you're low on resources, like, you know, event tokens, basically early on, you're really just trying to shoot for blue or better gear on everybody, which is totally doable. When you get more resources and you're like, you know, I can get some epics. Who should I focus epics on? Well, it's not. You're in every case you're trying to get specific items epic, and if you can get that epic item, you could then, you know, one or two items, like, you know, some champions just have one item that you'd like to have epic. Some have a couple, like 2 or 3. If you get lucky and get those, then you move on to the next champion and try to get them their best epic, right? It's not necessarily about getting full epic unless that's something you're chasing for trials, but, you know, sacrificing epics on multiple champions just to get them on one is, you know, because it's just a numbers game. That's rough when you're low on resources. Well, the champ is released, they can change them, and when released, they're very hesitant to change things. So from business perspective, I'd say it's just a sensible thing to do from them, even if it's kind of frustrating not having all info. Well, but you put the information out in the wild, like, it doesn't matter. Like, they'll still change it, and then they'll never change the blog post, which we just found out for Diana. Someone posted in the Diana guide that I had her numbers wrong. For Electrum Chest Scavenger, she's got a 5% chance. But in my guide, and it said 0.5% chance. And I went back and they're like, oh, why did you have that? And it's like, I opened the original blog post, and the original blog post, it was a 0.5% chance. I don't know when it changed. So that's why one of the things I do when we get a new champion, I try to look to see if anything's changed since the blog post, but you know, sometimes I forget, clearly. So Diana's guide has always read for people like, oh, it's only a 0.5% when shit was actually 5, because that's what the blog said, right? Yeah. But I just, you know, if they gave us here's the argument for giving us pre-stack info in the blog. If we know, then we know whether or not a champion is getting a pre-stack or not. Like, we won't know it's scaling per se, but just knowing if it has a pre-stack is a big deal in terms of giving an idea of what kind of power potential might be there. Over just having to guess, like, you know, if Nordum has no pre-stacks, like, he better have really good scaling. Well, he's not going to have, he's not going to have Karlach level scaling. Karlach is one of those rare champions that doesn't have any pre-stacks, but stacks real well anyway. Well, hold on, let me go look. I don't think it's going to be quite like that. What's her base? Well, her base is 25% for rage, and she goes up to 100 stacks. So we might be looking at a Nordum that doesn't have any pre-stacks, but throws out Karlach type of bonuses as a support without him. Karlach's beefy. Karlach's bonuses are 25% bonuses for rage and berserker. And at 100 stacks, right? And Nordum's are 25% bonuses. 25% for the Great Modron Puzzle, but with 120 potential stacks, we're thinking. And core competency, again, 25% bonus, 120 potential stacks. Just based off that, he's going to have, like, if you run him in the core competency spec and you have all your cores leveled up to 15 and all of the outputs are powered, he's going to buff better than Karlach does damage. She's solid. She does solid. I know people don't like, but it's like she just right out of the gate without gear, solid damage. So it looks like, and he's going to need work. Obviously, new players aren't gonna see that, but you know, established players will. Well, it's not even. I hope they're right. That's just what the math says. Okay, Jason's. It's literally. Okay. I gotta pull this up because I'm not making this up. This is what the post said. Guides. Boom. The Great Modron Puzzle. Gains pipe puzzle stacks based on the status of all active Modron cores you have equipped across all parties. So 4, right? Effective formula of the race is 25% for each pipe puzzle stack, and the stacks are for powered outputs. 25% is Carlock's base buff. She doesn't have a pre-stack, so that's her thing. For both Rage and Berserker, it's 25%. But hers cap at 100 when she uses their ultimate. Nordum's caps it, you know, over 100 if you have 4 fully leveled pipes. And then we do it again, right? She does it twice. She does it once for Rage and once for Berserker when she's in her DPS spec. He does it twice in the core competency spec because here it is for based on the total level of Modron cores. Well, there's going to be 8 Modron cores at 15 levels each. That's 120 stacks of that same 25%. So he's already based on this doing better math. I think the Spotlight is correct. Yeah. I mean, this is could they lower these numbers? Sure. Sure. We usually lately, if they change them, we've seen them bumping the numbers. I don't know that I've seen them lower the numbers. So he's gonna need some, you know, he's gonna need people to develop their cores, right? So he's not gonna be Carlock right out of the gate strong, but he's gonna have that, you know, he's gonna have that kind of power late game. So we're just hoping, and that's before his other. He has a multiplicatively stacking ability that's based off that changes based off what core you have equipped that can have up to 10 stacks. That's most likely his pre-stack. So if but it is another multiplicative stack. But if they make that one pre-stack, then yeah, then he has the potential to be strong now as a support. He's just a bad Modron core leveler early, which is that's the only thing that really disappoints me about looking at his kit, right? I don't think they would put a pre-stack on something that has 100 and plus stacks. I don't see that happening. Oh, Strongheart's got 6 equipment slots. I don't see that happening, but he does have that 10 stack, right? Like the one that's based off the number of some type of champion in the formation. Those are the ones they love putting pre-stacks on. Love do that. Oh, well, again, Jason's the two big ones are going to be post-stack. They have to be. They can't pre-stack those. They're just too big. And okay, we got progress on that one. Just making sure. Yeah. But I mean, you know, the kind of the measuring stick is Carlock. Carlock scales really well just inside her own kit, and it looks like Nordum's going to do that, but requires you to work your core. Work your core for it. Yeah, I didn't even think about comparing him, like looking at how many stacks he had versus Carlock, because that's, I don't know, it's pretty easy math. Sounds great, but if I don't have a way to turn my DPS lawful, I won't suddenly change my main DPS. Sure. You're not, I mean, that's not what it's about, right? Like, it's about taking a champion that was garbage. Nordum was garbage tier. And making them functional again. So I guess his niche is, well, no, we're not even lawful. Or Mortally Rakes just increases the damage of all champions in the column ahead of him. It's not about lawful champions anymore. The buff is based off what core you have in. So there's the modest core is going to buff based off unique species. The strong core is going to buff off stats 78 or less. The fast core is for speed champions. The magic core is magic base attack. The Aerois core is for heroes of Aerois. The unaffiliated core is for unaffiliated champions. The Dexter core is for Dex 15 or higher. And then there's apparently a lawful core coming, which I don't know. Like we don't even know how that's going to happen yet, but yeah. So he just buffs all champions now, not lawful. So he's becoming a much better, much more flexible champion. So he can be used with anyone, basically, is what I'm saying. But again, he's going to be better if you've developed all of your Modron cores, you know. So he's rewarding overall game progress. Oh, the new game is now on Steam and Epic Games, and you can wishlist it today. Planned release date, first quarter 2026? What? They think this is already ready to go? Wow. Features: the best crane on a car you've ever used in a video game. Possibly the only one. Not the only one. I had a crane on my car in that delivery game we were doing. What was the delivery game that turned into this weird time travel thing and just it ruined it? Oh no, I don't remember. Anyway, we're doing a time gate now. We got 6 time gate pieces. Oh, should I? We need to unlock a flex tomorrow. Actually, so no, we're not. We're gonna keep doing this. I predict a long alpha? I mean, I don't... When's their beta? Like, I was expecting early access tag. I'm not seeing early access tag. Deliver at all costs, yes. There was a crane in that one. You used for some of your deliveries. Anyway. Go wish list now, I guess, if you want. I have not signed up for. Is there alpha? Did they do the signups? I didn't sign up. I'm like, I don't need to alpha test a game. Thanks. I'm good. Okay, where are we going? 250 again, and again I don't have enough. I don't have enough potions. This is getting frustrating. Okay. We got a bunch of gems. Hey, Electrum. Nope. Okay. Gold. Potion. Okay, I can break that one down. Potion. Oh, we keep that one. Hey, we got an epic. It said separate team, yes. Yeah. I'm just shocked that, you know, they only just started talking about it. Now they're like, oh, Q1. Okay. Sure. Oh, did they make it Nordum 78 or higher? I think I read it as 78 or less. Oops. Hold on. I mean, yeah, the strong core is 78 or higher. My bad. Total ability score 78 or higher. That's fine. He doesn't have another anything on his kit that says 78 or less. So they're not. That was just me misspeaking. I'm used to seeing 78 or less, but that's not yet. 78 or higher, which makes sense for the strong core, right? Like strong stats, strong core. Shevik, that last Formula One race though, Shevik. You weren't here yesterday. I actually said at one point yesterday, I'm like, where's Shevik? When are we having Formula One talk? Yeah, if Hank gives us 3 more time gate pieces, we'll time gate today, but I'm gonna sit on those for the flex champion. Cluster headaches, it's all good. I was ready to talk Formula One. Come on. Nope. I know when I open it that it's not going to do it because we don't get the achievement. Like, it's going to feed us achievements when we get 6 items on champions. Oh, I forgot to put the familiars out. Whoops. I've done that before. Yep. Yep. Been there before. Is the season over or are there more races? Nope, season's over. It was the last race of the season on Sunday. But because the season was so long, it's not even going to take that long for the new one to start. Joked about the script writers saying there's so many team mistakes. All your Max was right if he was in their car, the championship would have been over months ago. Yeah. Yeah. I will say this. Like I was just hey, as long as Max doesn't win, I'm fine. But man, they're like the different permutations of how they could prevent Max from winning was interesting to watch. And then seeing some of it come real close to like having to happen. But after that first pit stop, I'm not even a Lando Norris fan, but I think Lando had like right after the pit stop, the first few laps after that were the best driving I think I've ever seen him do. Yeah, like for once he actually drove like he was trying to win a championship. And you know, it's like, God, I wish you'd just done that all season long, and then it wouldn't have been this close at the end, right? I mean, the fact that, yeah, like, ugh. The fact that it all came down to just a couple points, and then he just kind of accidentally earned those in a race, like, wild. Well, Ferrari's got issues. I mean, they better, I don't know. Ferrari seems like, as long as I've been watching Formula One, which admittedly has not been a very long time, but it seems like they've always just made really bad management decisions. And that's what's holding them back. And that's just the thing that just keeps screwing them over. Like, you know, management decisions about their car, strategy decisions during the races. Like, it seems like they're just bad. Man, it was nice to see Lewis actually get a somewhat decent drive. But I really hope, like, I have my fingers crossed that next year, you know, new car, it's not these ground effects cars, and Ferrari just gives Lewis just a car that, you know, that he's comfortable with, instead of, you know, the mess they gave him this year, and then he just goes out and just smokes people. I really hope, but I don't know if that's gonna. Very tactical decisions during races seem like natural one rolls on a D20. Yeah, it's just so bad sometimes. Yeah. Starting in the 2000s. Oh. Yeah, hopefully they clean up their act. It'll be, you know, I think it's just more like, you know, Lewis seems to have not really ever been comfortable in the ground effects cars. So, you know, move away from that, see what happens. I don't know, lots of interesting potential for next year, but it's very much just a wait and see. It's like okay, we've seen the blog post, now we gotta wait for the champion to drop. Like, that's the way I feel about the next season. Like, I don't care, they can hype it up all they want, but until I see them driving, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. Honestly, Shevik, I think it feels to me, it's always kind of felt like to me watching him race, was that if the cars were at least roughly on par, he'd be doing a lot better. But they just never, Ferrari just didn't give him a good car. Mercedes didn't care about giving him a good car. They only cared about George. They made that very clear. Like, they may not have said that publicly, but it was very clear with the way they were building things. And Ferrari seemed like the same way. I don't know what they promised him to get him to come to Ferrari, but I feel like they did not then deliver, and he's just, you know, ugh. So I think if they can come out roughly on par with other people, I think there's a shot, but we'll see. You know, it's one or the other. It's either they'll have a shot, or we see that, you know, Lewis is done driving. I just it could happen, but I don't know. I don't know. If Lewis Hamilton leaves Formula One, but Lance Stroll is still in it, I will just be that will be the worst. That would just be the worst. After the Alonso era, I mean, Alonso's still driving. What are you talking about? He had a decent drive that Sunday too. Oh, in a Ferrari. Okay. Alonso keep driving until I retire. I mean, I don't know. He seems a little. It feels like they brought him on to really try to help Lance become a better driver, and I don't think Lance cares enough to become a better driver. So I don't know if that's going to happen. And I think he just realizes that at this point, and it's just like, ugh. And it's just like crossing his fingers that that the next car, like, you know, next season's car will be amazing with, you know, with Adrian Newey and everything. Like, I think he's got all his bets on that. So, and you know, it could happen. Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, I feel like that was really it. And if they don't see, if Aston Martin doesn't see improvement with this next car out of him or Lance, then Alonso may get yeeted. Let's see what happens. Because it's not like they're going to get rid of Lance, right? Yeah, adding an entire new team to the field is weird to me. Like, there's already some tracks where, like, there was a track this year where the last cars started at an angle because they didn't put the start line far enough for 20 cars to fit. So 22 is going to really be around the corner, and it's like, so that alone is going to be weird to me. Who knows? My ears typed eat. Yeah. I knew what you're saying. I mean, well, I don't know. If we're talking about all the the rookies this year. I mean, obviously Hajar did amazing. I didn't think. I mean, I thought Behrman did well. I think Colapinto just was on a bad team. But oh well. Lawson was horrible. He's just a dangerous driver. Like he doesn't get called for he doesn't get the penalties, but he should because he's the one that's making the dangerous situations happen. Like, yeah. Camionelli did well. Yeah. I thought, he wasn't great at the first half of the season, but he really kind of picked it up in the second, which is what you'd hope, right, would happen for a really inexperienced driver. He had some really good runs. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of, good, I think there's some good newer drivers. I think, we'll see. I think there's at least, I didn't even hear how many more coming in. At least one new name that I hadn't heard of before is coming for next season. Josh, thank you for the follow. Who knows? Cadillac's just bringing back two drivers that aren't racing. They're like, man, we're not bringing in new blood. We're just going to use the ones that you've seen before. I mean, for their first year, that kind of makes sense. Bring in people who have some experience. Yeah, it's a safe start. It's a safe first year, right? Bring in two people who can actually give you, experienced feedback about the car and help you as a team, learn the whole process of this, right? Yeah, makes sense. Absolutely makes sense. Where are we at? We've turned it. Well, we've gotten down to the corner. We've got to come up here. There's another adventure note up here. This Azaka's Procession Part 1 is the first of two variants. The other one is hidden down here. It only shows up after you've done Part 1. So we need 30 adventures or variants. We're only 13 in. We're not even halfway there yet, folks. Oh. See, this is where you got to start putting in work to get those evergreens. Unlike with Dritz. Yeah, we're not living on a prayer yet. Finish this one and then the next one, and then we can be living on a prayer. The variants we do here are going to be somewhat important. Like, I know I want... where is it? Is it up here? The overwhelming force. It requires us to do 26 adventure variants to do this one, but we want this one because it's a decent area goal, 350. And this isn't really a restriction at all for like the party we can use. So this will be our one that we do for like patron influence. That's like the first one for patron influence. It's really like, oh, this one's straightforward. But we may have to do more because we unlock patrons so early. We have to do more than just that one. Yeah, Shevik. I mean, it's just kind of a reset, right? Everybody goes back to square one. I mean, again, there's some things that they've said that, you know, are not going to happen next season, like no DRS. And then I remember, which is an interesting decision. But then I remember them saying something about they were trying to prevent teams from creating as much dirty air, which should improve passing. And I was like, well, I'm here for that. But I don't know. I feel like the teams are always going to find some way to screw people up that are trying to pass them. So I think like Mert familiar influence level today. Nice. Now I just need to get to the 50k currency. Oh, we just got another time gate piece. Hank is like, oh, you're still doing adventures. You're supposed to be doing time gates, buddy. What are you talking about? So yeah, I don't know if, like, when did the last cars start? Because I don't know if I've experienced a new rule set, honestly. So I'm a recent convert to Formula One. So if they came out like pre-2020, then yeah. Really? Because I don't remember them talking about rule changes at all. Oh, all right. Following another with air. I don't know what that means. I did watch Drive to Survive. That's what got me into Formula One in the first place. I didn't realize. Yeah, I guess I just never noticed the rule changes before, or they didn't. Maybe they didn't. Maybe it didn't seem like as big a deal. Like this one seems like a really big deal. But yeah, Drive to Survive is what got me starting watching Formula One in the first place. Usually minor, yeah. DRS not being there anymore is a big one. Yes, so the DRS isn't going to be there. Cars are getting a little skinnier, very, very little bit skinnier. Well, the thing with the aerodynamics, like not creating dirty air or something. I don't know. Oh, like slower? They said they're going to be slower? I don't know. Yeah, I just figured I'd wait until they're all coming out, and then they'll probably talk about it a lot after they come out. And then I'm like, okay, then I'll know. I didn't want to, like, there's so many like videos and posts. I'm like, I don't need them. Make small changes every year. Every 5 to 10 years, you have big changes to body shape, power plant, etc. Okay. Well, yeah, going greener. I mean, yeah, you want like, they should be, I don't know. To me, they should be leading the way. Like at this point, the fact that they aren't just using, I mean, they had Formula E but Formula E was like, I didn't like that it was, everybody was basically using the same vehicle. Like to me, you want everybody creating their own so that you know, so the more people are trying to noodle on ways to make better things. So I just never, I think I watched some of it once online, and I was like, nah. I mean, the fact that they weren't even showing it on TV was silly, but I would, you know, I would love to see just full electric power plants. Yeah. They've spent the last 50 years trying to slow the cars down. Oh, of course. Of course. There we are. Boom. 500 gems. All right. Did we turn the... No. Okay. There's another one down here. Dang it. Guardian of Orlonga. 275. All right. Well, that's going to be problematic. I don't have any potions at all. Probably going to need... yeah. That 5 minute as well. Why did that do that? We get all ESPN ever did was rebroadcast shoot. Wow. A UK broadcast, but now I can't remember. Sky Sports, is it Sky Sports? Yeah. That's all we get. That's why when ESPN was like, we're proud of what we did with Formula One, I was like, you didn't do jack except just rebroadcast somebody else's thing. Like, I'm glad you're done because you just made it horrible. Like, they would just split it up between all their different ESPN channels, and some weeks I wouldn't even get to see like half the stuff going on. It was the worst. So, you know, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens here next year. Yeah, Monkey House, that's the thing is though, I was already considering, well, Jesus, just to be able to watch everything, I was already thinking about during that time just getting rid of one of my subscription services and just getting Apple TV or getting F1 TV. But I was like, I never pulled the trigger because it's like, well, all I'm watching is F1. But with it going to Apple TV, that's actually easier. That's an easier, just sure, I'll turn off Netflix or whatever and just watch Apple TV or something. Like, it just makes more sense. Actually, more likely, I'd probably just turn off Amazon Prime. Talked before the start that Lando was going to let Oscar buy to see if he could win the race while winning the championship himself. I don't remember that, but I know it happened. I know that's kind of what happened. I think the interesting thing that I was watching was Like because Charles Leclerc was just right up on Lando, and I was like, ooh, like this could get spicy. Like if he actually passes him, like does Oscar, like if Oscar can't win, will Oscar hit the brakes and let it all drop back behind Lando just to screw over Max and not let Max win? I was like the fact that was even a possibility, I was like, what? But I didn't, yeah. We didn't get there. Yeah, the announcers are, I'm not gonna lie, the announcers are, I've been criticizing the announcers more and more. Just they were very biased about a lot of stuff. And they get so much wrong. Like they'll be calling out so and so, now we see so and so right behind, you know, this driver, and I'm like, that's not who that is. Like that's not the person driving that car. It's literally right on the script. Why can't you? Like that's not who that is. Like they say the wrong names of the drivers so much. Like you had one job. Just announce what's actually happening. But sometimes they're like, oh, so and so's coming back up on them, and it's like they haven't changed. They haven't really changed position, and they haven't really like just they're not doing that at all. Like they're just trying to build it up as if it's more exciting than it is. I'm like, oh, you people, they're mounting a comeback. No, they're not. Shut up. Oh, God. It's not even a question in Formula One. If the team tells you to do it, you do it. Unless that's, oh no, you don't. It wasn't for a team championship. It was for a driver championship. So, and McLaren is notably about, you know, the drivers race their own race. Like, you know, at that point they were, you know, it could go either way. They're not going to mess with it. That's what they put out publicly. They don't give their drivers instructions. Like if they make trades, like they got in trouble once because they said, "Hey, are you okay letting?" They asked the driver in the lead, "Are you okay letting the driver, you know, the other driver, pit first in this situation to cover off a thing?" And they're like, "Well, yeah, but with the understanding that you get the spot back," and then the other driver didn't want to give the spot back. Like that was a whole thing. Last year, not this last season, but the one before that. Yeah, that's not even good as a joke, Shevik. Because that has nothing to do with it. But yeah, I think it would have been, you would have really seen like what the actual, you know, how things actually went down. If Leclerc had passed Lando, we would have really seen what McLaren was made of. I don't think they can, Shevik. I don't think you can pick between those two. I actually think they're both pretty equal. So yeah. I really thought, I mean, I was prepared going into that race. I was like, I wonder what's going to happen. Like at some point the FIA is going to have a chance to just screw Lando and Oscar over and make sure Max wins this. And they had their chance. And I was just the whole time I'm waiting. I'm like, this is how they're going to do it. They're going to try. And then they didn't. And I was like, what just happened? What? Because I was not expecting them to actually play things straight. It's It's pretty bad when you just fully expect the governing body to just cheat to get like the person they want winning. But that's what I was expecting. That's what I was fully expecting. Happy for Lando, but Max was a better driver this year. I don't like Max. I'm over Max Verstappen. I never really liked him. For me, it's like attitudes, and he just had a shitty attitude. He's always had like this shitty attitude. Yeah, I'm just tired of it. I was like, anybody but Max. I didn't care. I didn't necessarily want. I was rooting more for Oscar, but didn't happen. Because to me, Lando's kind of got a similar attitude at times. So. Yeah. Anyway, but George Russell, in my opinion, I mean, you're not wrong. No, but I mean, yeah, it's up there too. He's a cocky. He's just so cocky. It just puts me off. Yeah, I don't like when he's, doing well. But whatever. Followed in the Schumacher. I would have hated him too. Yeah, I don't like. I don't know. Act like you've been. Be humble instead of being a jackass. I don't know. I've never liked the people that are just, everybody sucks. I'm the best. And then anytime somebody challenges them, they just like. Max is a bully. That's basically what it is, and I don't deal with that. I don't have with that. I was really impressed with Hadron and Ellie this year. Yeah, they did well. I thought Behrman did okay. I think obviously could have done better, but I mean, I thought for the team Behrman was on, he did really well. Let's be honest, right? I think you got to take that into account sometimes too. And I thought, yeah, I thought he did really well for that. But yeah, Hadjar just quietly did his job all season. Antonelli, didn't do great early on, but then kind of came back. I'm glad I don't have to listen to Yuki Tsunoda complain in a mic anymore. I think he got screwed over this season, like no doubt. I think if he'd stayed on Racing Bulls, he would have been much more competitive in races. Like I think he and Hadjar would have been good teammates and done really well. I think Racing Bulls would have been like really well, but I'm tired of hearing him, especially after that stunt he pulled on Sunday. He can get out of Formula One and never come back. Mm-hmm. Well, it's one thing to be, people can be, we're on an outbreak. Now we're back from the outbreak. Shevik, people can be really good at something and have a drive to go be really good at something and not be complete asshats. You can do it. It's a thing, You can think you're better than everyone else, but that doesn't mean you have to go out and like tell everyone you think you're better than everyone else, like, or have that behavior, you know, like just go out and do it. Go out and do it, right? Like, dude, I don't know. When I was growing up, the saying was scoreboard. Like, somebody starts to talk trash to you, you just go scoreboard. Like, you can think you're whatever, but look at the scoreboard. Like, we're ahead. You aren't as good as you think you are. So maybe just stop talking. Like, these people, yeah. I can't stand people with that kind of attitude. It doesn't matter the sport. Yeah. And anytime like I find out someone has that kind of, I'm like, oh, I'm now rooting against that person's team. But yeah, I don't know. I would rather be a fan of a team that, you know, treats their opponents with respect but isn't the best team in the world than a fan of the best team in the world and their players treat everyone like shit. Right? I don't care about that team. I don't know that you can say that, honestly. I think he had really good car for multiple years. So I don't know. Like, if actual world, Mike Hale says, like, if actual world champions is a lot of latitude for arrogance, but anyone who hasn't actually achieved that needs to keep their words in check. I'm not going to keep my words in check. I'll say this to Max's face. Because it's not about that. It's just about being a good, like a good person, not a nice person. I'm not saying you have to be nice all the time. I don't believe, I can't stand people who are just nice. Like, who just want to be nice, like, to everyone and never have problems. No. But, you know, you can be confident and not be arrogant. You can be good at something and not be, and do everything above board, right? Like, I don't know. Talking about accepting somebody you don't like is good at something. I'm not even talking about that. I mean, he's one of the top 20 drivers in the world. I don't have a problem with that. He absolutely is, and he's been at the top of the rankings. But I don't know that was. I'm not going to say that. When you say he's the best driver, I don't necessarily agree with that. It's usually sufficient just not to be a dick, exactly. And there are a lot of people out there who don't get that. And I don't care if you're a world champion. If you're a jerk, like, I'm just not going to respect you for what you did. I'll respect that it took a lot of effort for you to get that far. But if it's a solo effort, you know, a kind of a solo effort, I don't have to respect you or what you did at that point if you're an asshole. There's nothing that requires me to do that. But if you can achieve that kind of success and not be a jerk, yeah, I'm there. Let's go. I'll follow you. I'll be a fan. Not like I don't get like super fan. I'm not a super fan of anyone, but I'll be like, well, yeah, I'm rooting for you in your races, but or whatever sport you're in, but if you're not, I'm rooting against you. I don't know. I think this year he didn't have the best car. So I think he, you know, yeah. I think he performed well. I don't believe that's the case in the last the years where he basically won like everything, like the car was just outperforming everyone. Did he have the ability to do well in that? I mean, sure. Did his teammate? No, but I don't know. Just because this year we because we've seen people not perform well doesn't mean that it was all the car, right? Like, it was definitely suited to his driving style. And if you don't bring in someone as a number 2 that drives, like has the same preferences that he has, they're not going to do as well. Because they definitely designed that car for him. Once he started, I was just like, okay, here we go. We're just going to listen to Max as much as possible. And yeah. Well, they do adjust. They'll make adjustments, but they're not going to make, like, if the overall car is designed a certain way, and for a design, and you can make adjustments to that setup, but if you're the number 2 driver, they're not going to. They just don't care about you as much. They're not going to change something like major about the car that would make it a better car for you if the number 1 driver likes it. They'll make, you know, whatever little changes are there, but if it's something that has to do with the overall car, they're not going to change that. Right? It's a kind of like we saw that with Lewis. Lewis wanted different brakes. Like, I think they commented on this, like that Lewis was used to different brakes than Ferrari used, but the Ferrari's like, well, we're not changing that. And I was like, well, you can have a different opinion. It needs to be, clearly I have my opinion. I'm not saying you have to have the same opinion. That's just the way it appears to me. I'm not trying to start an argument. I'm just saying I don't like assholes, and I don't think he's a great driver, and no one's gonna change my opinion on that. It wasn't an invitation to change my opinion. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how good of a driver he is. He's a jerk. I'm never gonna cheer for him. Schumacher told Ferrari wanted different brakes to get them. I guess a different era, because it didn't seem like Ferrari was gonna do. I feel like Ferrari promised Lewis the moon and then handed him a wheel of cheese. It was like, what? Yeah. So again, hopefully whatever they have in the works for next year is I don't know. I mean, hopefully, you know, whatever happens next year, hopefully they actually open their ears and listen, because but I don't know that they will. Because it seems like the rumor mill has them just really not caring and ready to just be like, all right, well, we had Lewis Hamilton, he didn't do any well. We're just gonna finish his contract and then bring in someone new. What it sounds like, but we'll see. It's can't accept how a person is has anything to do with winning most things. Those are two separate things. We made two separate statements. I think Max Verstappen is a jerk, so I'm never going to support him, and I'm always going to root against him. And then B said, "Oh, he's the best driver of the last 5 years," and I just don't agree with that. And it doesn't even have to do with and that conversation had nothing to do with what kind of person he is. I just don't agree with that. I just don't. To me, and yes, I haven't been watching forever, but to me, with what I've been watching, I didn't see proof there that was the case. Because it's not just he's not, and Usain Bolt goes out and runs. Max Verstappen doesn't run. He sits in a car. I mean, he drives a car. It's a very athletic thing. I'm not understanding that, but no, you're mishearing me. So let me finish. But the car is part of the thing that's going on there. It's not just Max, right? It's Max and a car. And based on how dominant they were for a few years, I don't believe that was just Max. I believe that was the car. I think he did well this year. I said that. But, well, drivers aren't athletes. No, I said. No, what I said scoreboard, my comment was, when someone's talking trash to you, we used to just say scoreboard. Like, you don't talk trash. Like, that was how you didn't talk trash. You're just like, you think you're good, look at the scoreboard. Like, but that was in reference to people being a jerk to you, not just running up on somebody going scoreboard. Like, that wasn't a thing. That wasn't how I was raised. That wasn't the way the people that I played sports with were raised either. So that was the scoreboard thing. It had nothing to do with like, well, don't talk to me. Like, look over the score. Like, that's not. No, it was. You're trying to talk trash in a game that you're losing. It tells me he's a good driver, yes. But you said he's the best driver in the last 5 years, and I don't. And all I said is I don't agree with that. I don't have to. I don't have to agree with it. And that has nothing to do with whether or not he's a good person or not. He is. Those were two different things. Two different things. All right, we're finally on. It's not semantics. It's not semantics. Being a good person and being good at what you do are two different things. And being the best at what you do and being good at what you do, two different things. How far do we have to go? 300 areas. This is hour-long speed. Seven time gate pieces. And after the boss, we should have 2 gold chests out. Wow, Briv jumped. Wow. Briv had stacks? Good lord. He does. He has 54. He might jump a few times. Amazing. Amazing. All right, notary. I want to... Oh, I just need one. Boom. Now I've got the 10 blues that I need for Strahd. So I can open up all the rest of these. And we just hold on to those 10 blues. That works. Where am I going to put this shiny? Oh. So we put one on Eliwick. I'm actually tempted to put one on Diana. Just to get her speed effect going faster. We could also put one on Sentry, though. I mean, hers caps at 752, well, currently, but I mean, if we shined it, it would bring it down quite a bit. Where's it? 1501, but well, we only have a white. I feel like when we get it higher, between the feats and a shiny, we should be able to, you know, not have to put as much into her. Like quite a bit. Like the last time we did that, I think. They definitely want it in a speed champion. And I don't care about Briv. We're probably never going to get that far. I don't think we're going to play this account that long, or we'd be Briv gem farming. But who knows? I mean, at the moment, it would be between Sentry and Diana. For improving a speed effect. I say the pity timer is different on gold versus electrums. Yes. Gold has a pity timer and electrums don't. So it's different. Yeah. Gold and platinum chests are the only kind of chests that have pity timers, and platinum only has a pity timer because it's just a gold chest with a special rule on top of it. So yeah, it was a little bit different, yeah. Electrums and silvers basically have the same drop rules in terms of, like, you know, how they're going to give they have the same rarities, how they're going to give their rarities. Their main difference, though, is that electrums will drop for all champions you own. Whereas silvers are either regular silvers or just for core and evergreen, and named silvers are obviously just for those named champions. But electrums are for everyone. But then golds are... Yeah, golds are the only ones with pity timers, because the pity timer is just for epic, and gold is the only one that can have epics. Electrums guarantee gems. Yeah, one of the cards is always a gem card, like always. Electrums have very specific cards, unlike they have 5 cards instead of the 3 from silvers, and their cards are very specific about what they'll give. When we get another one on, right? Oh, we got one right there. Okay, so like a silver is going to have 3 cards. It can be, there's always going to be a guaranteed gold pile, and then you could have two others. One's going to be an item, but then the third could be, it could be gold, it could be a consumable, or it could be an item, right? An Electrum is going to have 5. One is always going to be like a contract. One's always going to be a champion item. Was it 2 contracts? Yeah, 1 equipment, 1 gem card, 1 bounty contract, 1 blacksmith contract, and 1 potion. So these are all fixed. So you're always going to get a bounty. You're always going to get a blacksmithing. You're always going to get an item card. You're always going to get a potion, and you're always going to get gems. Always. Down to 50 event and commons. But like a gold chest is, you know, it's 5 cards, but it could have like 2 are consumables, 2 are items, and then the final one could be anything, consumables or items. And then their rules are they have a pity timer, so when you run the pity timer, you get an epic. Always. You can get it before the pity timer, but if you don't, then guaranteed. It's always going to give you an upgrade, but only to green or blue. Only to green or blue. And it's always going to give you a blue item. So we manipulate those rules when we're trying to efficiently gear up an event champion by opening Electrums first when they don't have any gear. Try to get them up to green or better. So that when we start opening, you know, Electrums, and if we run out named silvers, then we start opening the named gold chests. The guaranteed upgrade is always going to be the blue. We're always going to be getting a blue. We might get a dupe green. We might get multiple blues. We might get a blue and a purple. But we're always going to get at least 1 blue that we need by getting to green first. And there's no way to, you know, guarantee yourself purples other than just running the pity timer. And that's why if there are people who are like, you should open named silvers before Electrums, and that's a big no. Because the only time Electrums are guaranteed to go on to that, well, it depends. Like right now, I will open them first if I have them, because we don't have a lot of Electrums. But when you get to the point where you're stockpiling Electrums for efficient event champion opening, you run the Electrums first, because that's the only time that those cards are guaranteed to drop on that champion. So, you know, get the efficiency out of them at that point. Where I'm at with all this mixed bag of champions who don't have gear and all that kind of stuff, you know, if I get a named silver for a champion, I'm gonna open it because I don't have enough Electrums. So you're always balancing like your resources to determine what you're opening first. This is 300. Okay, 300. So this is the adventure that has Dragonbait's variant in it, and the boss that we're fighting on the 50s is Valendra Shadowmantle, and every time we defeat her, she basically gets the ability to resurrect herself again. So you have to then kill her multiple times on the same stage, like on the same area. That's the challenge of this. And so then when you get to Dragonbait's unlock, you got to do it a lot. It's charred meat. 40s now. I mean, she's doing better. 33 up to 33. But again, we need like 100. Drop me like 100, please. But she'll have, Valendra will have a little icon up here that'll tell you, well, it's supposed to tell you how many resurrections she gets. And it's 100 segments every resurrection. She's armored. And as she resurrects, she does more damage. In Dragon Bait's Unlock, she has more damage and more health. So it gets harder to chew through the segments. And she's just absolutely starting to destroy your party as you get her closer to death. It's my favorite variant in the game. I love it. To this day, even though it's like now, honestly, with favor, you can just breeze right through it. Because it's so easy to get favor now. But, and power. I feel like we're just going to wreck it. She gets such a stellar buff from Dragon Bait. Not, yeah, it's garbage. It's garbage. Dragon Bait exists in, like, there's an NPC Dragon Bait in your formation. He exists just to be a restriction, basically. He's there to help you through the trash mobs of the 2 through or 1 through 4 areas, but on 5 he dies, and you have to beat Valinder with 9 people. So flew through it yesterday. Feels like that's what's gonna happen. How much favor did you have? I'm curious. I said I wasn't going to do another favor run. I'm at E21. I feel like it's more than enough, but E24. Didn't even soft cap. Yeah, I don't know that you need to. Again, I used to beat it at E when the soft cap was E19. I used to beat it there, so. It should be interesting. All right, how are we doing? We've been running through levels. Look at this. Look at this. 67, 62 out of 8,000, folks. This is what happens when we finally get back to churning areas in a campaign where we have favor. We level up our core so much faster than trying to do time gates. Overnight farming. Oh, like an actual gem, trying to do a gem farm. Once I get 2 cores, once I get split the party 2, the background party will run 24/7. And so that little trickle of gems will, at this stage, that trickle of gems will feel impactful. But that's it. That's all I'll do. Missed it. Missed it by that much. Yeah, we still don't have Avalar in green or better. But one of these weekend chests has Havilar and Hank in it. I can't use it until Havilar has the right gear. Well, I'm restricting myself from using it. I should have just opened all of these. Oh, we got another time gate piece. Jesus. Hank heard me, apparently. He was like, well, if he gives me 3 more time gate pieces, then I'll run a time gate. And he was like, bet. Hank would totally do that. Hank's a bet kind of guy. Yeah, and then my counter goes from 49 up to 55. Yeah, just what I needed. Not just what I needed. Been playing a lot of Conquest Dark still. I did all the basic stuff and unlocked all the new like the new wild weapons and armor. I've been trying to figure out, you know, good builds. They added like this unique armor to the game too, which is interesting. They limit you to like 2 pieces of that. You can only have 1 of this other. I think it's an exiled gear. And I found a pretty strong setup, and I've been trying to like go in there, you know, arena, which is like their infinite mode dungeon. And I finally got another champion. I'd only ever been able to get like 1 champion to turn, like 1 class to turn infinite there before, but now I got a second one the other night. Got basically 200 waves in, which is basically at that point, if you're killing everything instantly, you could go forever at that point. I just don't want to leave my computer on for days to get that to happen. Plus, you've got to have like to make it work, you'd have to choose an auto upgrade thing, and I just haven't done it. I think the dev mentioned potentially allowing you to save your progress, which, man, if that ever happens, I will attempt to truly go to basically the kill screen. Apparently there's like people have been complaining because they're like, well, basically you get over like some number over 10,000 waves and the values invert themselves, and your character just dies. And that's basically it. And someone was like, well, can you fix that? He's like, man, I don't want to. Like, at some point everything's got to end, and I'm fine with it ending there. So like, that's your true measure of like, can you get all the way to that where it's just like, okay, well, you were killing everything and there's no one on the screen, but then you just died because you upgraded, and then there it is. It rolled over and you died. Yeah, so, you know, if they add that save thing, we will do that. I've thought about trying it. Like, I was going to do it once on like a pop-up weekend stream and just like be like, hey, we're just going to start this game and chill and just try to see how, you know, how many ways we can go. Because my record is like 300, but it takes a long time. And I've just never done it. They kept changing. They were adding changes to the game. I was like, well, maybe after this update. Well, maybe after this update. And they're still in early access, so they keep having updates that are pretty significant, which is nice. New Pokemon DLC going live tomorrow. I've never played a Pokemon video game ever. One of the things that just never, I didn't have a, you know, it was always on like Nintendo, right? And I didn't have one. So I never got into those. Just nothing special. In the golds, we just want consumables, really, and epics. From silvers, we're just fishing for consumables and shinies. I mean, you know, not that it matters on the core and evergreens, but it's fun when it's, ooh, shiny. Chest screen needs a search field. I think people just need to open their chests. And I say that having a list of them, right? Just need to open your chest. Once upon a time, like on my main account, I was saving like one of every chest that came out. Like, so I was saving all the the newsletter or the weekend ones, and just because the art was unique and there was no other way to see it again once you open them. And but then I was like, this is silly. I just opened them all. 8 pages of chess on my Gearless account? Oh, well, that's a whole different thing, though. That's, you know, Gearless is not a supported game style. I think people are lucky when they run Gearless that there are times when they give out items automatically that the support has been like, yeah, we'll remove them just a minute, take it. But I just think I think you got lucky. They definitely didn't have to do that. Okay, she doesn't get her resurrections here, so I think that's just a rule on the variant. Yeah, but she does this like call down a meteor swarm and it will wreck your party. They stopped doing that years ago. Yeah, oh, probably after they had to lay off Taylor, right? But I mean, Sean basically says he doesn't even have the time to upload my tutorial shows to YouTube, which I don't understand because it's literally like when I do my stuff, it's like, okay, 1 click or 2 clicks. I click on the down arrow, I click on the export button, 1 more to click on private, 1 more to click on upload. So 4 clicks and I'm done and then that's it, like per video. If it's just uploading mine, well, that was 4 clicks. And then you come back to it the next day, it will just go to YouTube and then just make it public. Like, I don't understand. It doesn't take a lot of time. 10 seconds? 10 seconds. Maybe 15. Oh, 4 or 5 months ago. I don't know. Like I said, Sean just decided he was suddenly, I don't know what got him so busy. Maybe he's also having to do stuff with without a hitch or something. I don't know. We don't know, right? What was the occasion for the code yesterday? They unlocked Hank and a bunch of chests. Oh, Hank and Carlock and a bunch of chests. Each got 7 chests. It was D&D Beyond. Every year, D&D Beyond, which is Wizards of the Coast, they give away a code through D&D Beyond for Adult Champions, and they did it. This time it was on their, 2025, wish, like a gift list instead of, something else. So it was just, they gave it to everybody. It was just posted on their website. So it's just the holidays. Just, they always give something out through D&D Beyond every year because it's a D&D game. Well, time and priorities are kind of, I mean, if you don't have, it's the same thing. Like, right, you have a fixed amount of time every day, right? And so you have to set your priorities. What I'm saying is, there's things that are just kind of really quick things you can just knock out. I don't know. Community management is time management, right? As a community manager, having done that for years, I don't do it anymore. You have a fixed amount of time every day to log in and get all the things done that you need to get done. And figuring out, creating like shortcuts for yourself so that you know, so that every time you have to, when you have to spend time on something, you're doing it in the most efficient manner. That's part of the job, right? That's part of figuring out best practices for your job. So, I don't know. I was, yeah. Well, it's different if you have a million quick things, but I don't know that, you know, it's not quite the same. There's downtime. Yeah, I don't know. It depends. Again, we don't know what they're having him do behind the scenes for like without a hitch. Or if they've just overloaded him with stuff, like we don't know. It isn't normally his job just because there's nobody else to do it. We don't know. It's one of those things where hopefully without a hitch goes on, launches without a hitch. They make some money and maybe they can expand their team a bit. Just overall take some pressure off. All right, so that was the final. Lost Love is the final adventure in Team of Annihilation. Sora's Resolve is here. You got to do 35. This is the Dragon Bait unlock. 35 Tomb Adventures or variants, but you just, instead of worrying about that, you worry about this. You worry about doing the 30 for Azaka, and when you get here and you do this one, then you'll have done 31, and then you do the other one is 32, and then you'll have to do 3 more after that to get Dragon Bait. We just got to keep working our way towards that. So go back to the Sword Coast. Well, not the Sword Coast map, but still Doom Annihilation, but onto the Sword Coast part. And then start knocking out quick stuff. Area 75. And this is super easy. Right. Now we can just race through some short stuff. Short stacks. Normally, I would say you want like a Calliope here, but I think we're going to be able to go through this quick enough that we're not going to have to worry about Calliope. Oh, I didn't even have to use that. I shouldn't have used that Fire Breath Potion. 75 areas, I could have just leveled up click damage to get through. I will have to remember that. Okay, what do we complete? Something with the collection. 16 adventures. Whoa, we're halfway there. There we go. We can finally say. We're living on a prayer now, folks. All right. Gems. Yes, please. Yes. And 2 silvers. Nothing worthwhile. All right. Gold. Speed for Dad, yes. Dang it. But a speed potion also. We got boots for Diana. Those boots are made for walking. Christopher walking. No. Yeah, I haven't even looked. Oh yeah, the floating torches. Yeah, and this one's max health as unavoidable damage every second. So that's a Calliope. You want? I mean, you'd want Calliope, but he's in C5. So you gotta have you guys something like if you got well no Briv C5. Jeez, I don't know. It's rough. You gotta kill click quickly, and then Wisdom score 13 or more plus Dahlias. Like they take out your, you know, you would want to be here with Calliope, but they're like, well, if it doesn't say you have to use Dahlias, use Calliope or Briv. He should trigger the unavoidable damage. Should trigger his heal. Doesn't always though. Didn't even use the shield or healer alone. If you can clear it fast enough, you don't have to worry about it. Yeah. But anytime they start talking about max health, unavoidable damage, you're like, shields. Shields are your best friend there. And then no more than one tank with health share. Trying to think what else. This new start has me just like trying to figure out if I am I targeting the right things now with as many champions we're getting as quickly as we're getting them. Still feel like we're far enough away from Straw that I don't have to worry. We're at 33. Nordum tomorrow will be 34. Plus the Flex champion will be 35. There's a Time Gate champion, 36. But that's still 4 away. The Zakan Dragonbait would be 38. But if Hank dumps a ton of Time Gate pieces on us, then suddenly we're going to be Strahd ready. But we won't have done Barovia. Also, we're up to 1,600 item levels for Mert, so we're closing in on that. Like this is normal. This is the normal pace. Closing on Mert. We just got to 20 champions. Way too fast. Way too fast. So I should start. I guess I should. I mean, at 1,600, I can probably save up 10 silver chests and sit on them. It's not like we need. It's not like at this point that I can open anything above 10. Why are the champs on the patron stores now have 0 in less than 3 weeks? That's so fast. I feel like the thing that's that I don't have is variants completed to get influence from, but and this isn't what you want. You don't want the short ones, but might be what we get. Electrum. Well, that's progress. I keep waiting for it to pop up that we got Eliwick's last one. Not doing it. Just not giving it to me. Strythamless. There are many buffs from patrons, like local and global damage bonuses. Right, that's the perks, patron perks. Other core bonuses and various damage increase from achievements. Sure. Does anybody see how much total bonus you actually have? No. Yeah. You only see targeted effects usually. Like there's some that they've added that are global, but they've talked about how, you know, when they get around to do a rework of like the champion UI, how they want to front more of that information because we've asked for it for 8 years. But yeah, it's I always just was like, hey, you've got outgoing effects here, and then you've got incoming effects. Why can't I just scroll down and get to global effects, right? Like that was never a thing. You can't see any of it. You can see the achievement bonus here. Hit A and brings up, you can see this is what your all champ damage achievement bonus is. For your Modron core, if you know, you can't see it all combined. For your Modron core, you come over here, and in the party you're in, if you hover over this, the starting node, it shows you like I've got 20% gold and 50% damage. Like it'll list everything here. Patron perks, they're not going to show you a complete. I mean, you can just see the list of them. They did, but they don't show everything like added together or whatever. Okay. 75. We'll do another 75. This one. Wait, did they not? They didn't put him in. Okay. Right, we only get a handful of champions. That's fine because we're going to level up click damage. There's the 70s. Wow. Okay. We're just going to burn the speed potion. How far? Okay, we could probably get to 100 on it with click damage if we needed to. Good to know. Yeah, imagine that, adding all the numbers into a numbers game. I mean, yeah, we've been asking for this for so long. Weekly offers giving me Caddy Breeze feet that increase their damage 120% for 20,000 gems. Should I buy it? Are you a Caddy Breed DPS? Like if you're not a Caddy Breed DPS, like if you're not building your formations around Caddy Breed DPS, then no. I mean, at some point, if you want to just be a completionist and get all of them, or if you just want to have it available, but if she's not your DPS and she's not going to be your DPS, then a boosted damage for her doesn't really mean anything for you. I mean, it might come handy in a variant at some point if you have a spare 20,000 gems laying around and you want it, sure. But if you're like, man, I'd have to really work for this, and like, is it worth that investment? Like, if you're not a Caddy Bree main, then no. Yeah, feats are very small, like just for the most part, unless they're hitting something that's a pre-stack, like it's supporting pre-stack, or it's a speed feat, or it's a stat feat that gets you into a patron, or an alignment feat that gets you into variance, or a species feat. Like that's it. Like when it's just buffing like self damage or an ability, it's not that big of a deal. We stack all these small bonuses because, you know, sometimes you just need a little bit to get by something, but you don't necessarily chase them early on because they're not going to make that huge of a difference unless they're one of those group I listed. Finally reached 2501. Nice, DZ. Congrats. Event or main campaign? Event? Okay. Yeah, Lark's formation looks like it's pretty good for deep pushing. Spread the damage out amongst 2 tanks. You got a good number of adjacencies, and then you've got like a solo tail if you need people that want to be away from people. Just has good options. I don't know why I'm leveling any of these up. It doesn't matter. Yeah, we could definitely get. Ooh. We can get up to like the 150s probably just with click damage. That's going to save me some fire breath potions. Unlocked lighters as Erixis. I don't care. We're not going there anytime soon. No, look, the first time you get there, it's always an event. In an event, because it's easier in an event. And then you work on getting it in like a regular campaign. And you know, if you want to keep progressing, then yeah, then you try to mark it off for every campaign. But yeah. Sometimes it's just nice to hit that the first time. Spent lots of skills at 2350 just to make it. All right. I don't know. I think I've done it once. Maybe it was in an event. I've done it once without a bug triggering since they raised the wall to 2501. And it was probably in an event. I've done it tons of times with bugs. But yeah, I don't know. I don't. I guess I'm on my main account. It's like, I don't care about progressing my power that much. So I just never really bothered. But we did hit it, once. But I think it was an event. Another time gate piece. God dang it, Hank! Oh, we're at 10. What did you do, Hank? I have to run a time gate now. I have to run a time gate now, folks. Oh my god. Okay, so we're going to run a freely time gate. Because that was who I said I was going to get in 7. Let me just make sure. I mean, Van Ursa would be neat, but yeah, freely for favor runs. I'll never finish gearing my champs. Look, I need Diana to just start dumping tons of Electrum chests. That's the only way we're gonna get there. What does Bud mean? Base ultimate damage. It's this number here. This box should explain to you exactly what it is, but it's the only number you should be using to determine how good your formation is. This is the only one that matters. Like this is the only damage number that you should be using. You ignore these, and you just look at this down here. Yeah, they give us base DPS, running average, base ultimate damage, but they can't just tell us global buffs. Yeah. So rough, so tough out here. How to get lots of stacks on Briv? Get him hit a lot. Left alone in a background party for a few days, but that didn't give me many stuff. No, it's that, yeah, background doesn't work that way. Yeah. He's got to be getting attacked. Got to be getting attacked. So, like, what are you trying to do? I need to know what you're trying to do. Are you trying to get his achievement, or are you just trying to, like, figure out how to gem farm? Like, what are you trying to do? Yeah, it just kind of caps there. You turn it off, open it back up again. He's got like 50k stacks. It's broken, but nobody wants to report it, I guess, or change it. Maybe it's been reported, but they haven't changed it. But I need to know what it is you're actually. Oh, I didn't mean to open that. What you're actually trying to do. Figure out how to make my gem farm. Okay, that's a whole other thing. That's not about backgrounds or offline. You don't gem farm in the background or offline. 100%, you cannot do that. The game doesn't work that way. Somebody put together a thing on Briv gem farming. I can't remember where it is. I don't know. I think there's a link, and there was a news. I think JDog linked it on Reddit. I think it was in the resources and the Idle Champions Discord. But Briv gem farming is about it's about setting up your active party so that it goes to a certain area, stops itself without scripting, stops itself because it gets to a point where it can't kill anything. But you're going there just jumping really quickly, and then Briv gets attacked by lots and lots and lots of people, and he gets lots and lots of stacks. And then eventually, based off the stacking buffs or rage mechanics, you will clear that level, and that's where you have your Modron set to reset, and then you start over and do it again. That's what Briv jumping is. Briv jump farms. It takes a lot of knowledge and work to make happen. And it's not easy to just explain. I can't demonstrate on this account for sure. Yeah. Is Freely not a popular time game? Oh, Jesus. All right. Alphabetical. Freely. Okay. And now we have no favor again. And I don't have an hour-long fire breath. Just gonna have to use these. All right. We're time gating freely because I need a slot 7, seat 7 swap. And he has a unique favor boost. No one else has a way to just boost the favor you earn. He has a gold find boost, but he also has a favor boost. Straight up giving you more favor at the end of a favor run. Yeah, but somebody put together like a newer version, and it was, some of the older ones were a little rough, and the newer version at least had some of the more modern references in it. It's still a little challenging. Briv gem farming is challenging. It is its own mini game to try to figure out. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of headaches just to learn in the first place. And then you've got to learn how to like maintain it and adapt it on a regular basis. But it rewards you more gems than anything else in the game. For people who don't want to deal with that, you just run regular gem farms. Much easier to do. Yeah. You have to have in the active party for level 6 credit for the paper. Yeah, he has to. Basically, the boost is based off how many areas completed with him in the party. So you put him in at area 1, level him up, and then you go as far as possible with him. But then you can swap him out. He doesn't have to be in the party when you complete the adventure. You still get the favor boost. Caesar says I've played for 3 years, but I still think I'm too lazy to do Briv for gem farming. It's not even lazy. It's just, if that's not a thing that like interests you whatsoever, man, you don't have to. You can make a lot of gems just regular gem farming. It's just Briv's the one that blows everything up. Like my 9 jump Briv is over 5 million a day if I run 24/7. With speed potions, but without the like gem bonus potion. If I insert Larkin into my auto Briv, it's not that easy. I mean, yeah, you gotta adapt for a whole new thing, right? I haven't tried yet. I haven't tried it all yet. I want to finish. I put a bunch of stuff on Lark, but I haven't set him up fully on my main account yet. And we've been playing this instead of the main account. My main account gets absolutely ignored when I'm playing new player accounts. And it's like, oh, was I doing something? Because I was gonna have it in the picture-in-picture window like every day, and doing variants, and I'm just just don't have the interest. Maybe now that we're getting into some longer stuff. Well, we were getting into longer pushes, and now we're racing through variants, but now we're back in a time game, and it's like the debuff, which makes for a slow stop instead of a full stop. Oh. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. Yeah, I don't know. He's at least he's not, because he's going to have Uggy, he's not triggering his bud-based damage, so that's helpful. Yeah, so I guess you'll have to run your times and see which is going to be more time efficient, with him with it or without. It just feels like because he's auto loading you know, a couple, like for me it's a 2 kill clear, so if he's auto loading both of those, then it's like, whoa, we're just instantly done the second we load in. Do I get the same patron challenges? Sort of. So all of these generic ones, yes. But these ones that name a champion, like these that are core champions are the default, like in Dritz. This is like, Dritz might be an extra because he's an evergreen. But this is like the default. If I were on my main account, I might have gotten a different set of champions that were event champions to use. So that's what you're looking for. All the rest are generic. Amongst, yeah, all accounts. But yeah, they were like, well, you know, we're going to give you these different champions to use to test your formation building strategies. And it's like, you're not testing anything. That's not a test. That's not a test. Let the emergency broadcast system show you what a test is. That's not a test. Yeah, but we still have it. We still do it. They even reworked that system, and it used to be 10 challenges per patron, and they dropped it down to 8. They made a couple things. They got rid of some that were just real bad. But that's your strategy, running a zone 15 loop with only those 3 champions. Yeah, and you save that because it never rotates. It's always the same 3 champions. You can then just save that formation, and the next time you run into it, you can just load it. Hey, we've got 2 favor and Mistress Favor. Whee! This is amazing. These are this kind of fire thing. This is what Lae'zel was designed to get you past by just killing things. But we don't have her speed effect activated yet. We have no favor. Yeah, if she was level 100, we'd have zipped right past that. Current patron challenge situation is not that bad. It's pretty easy to do all the chores in a few hours, even with a low level count. I would never. I would never. I would. Let me go look. 5,000 fan. Yeah, I would never. I would never spend my time trying to actively do these. I'd park him in a background party at best, but never put him in. Oh, nice. Forgot we never put that in. Yeah, at best I'd park them in a background park. Here's the fun thing about perks. I can just reset that and then I can put it over here. Now I got 30% more global damage. And then I can go back over here. I can go back over here. With perks, you don't lose anything. Yeah, I think it's important to learn how to not grind things in this game because there's so much potential for grind that finding the like non-grindy way to get stuff done, I think is rewarding because I mean you only have a limited, like one of the big resources in the game is how much time you have to spend on it, right? So finding like non-grindy ways to spend time feels better. I don't know. I should probably, if I were a new player playing through the game, I would use a second party and be trying to complete stuff. Like right now, doing low level stuff in Tomb of Annihilation would make sense. It would make sense. In fact, honestly, hold on. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm gonna do this. But we're gonna be in this time gate for a while because we have no favor. So if I go to Tomb, what is this? These are 150s. What's the levels over here? 150s. Okay, so stay out here. Every time a champion is killed, their DPS is permanently reduced by 25% for the duration of the adventure. Yeah, I don't care. We're gonna. Where's Bruno? Why wasn't Bruno in the party? Okay. I need a familiar. I need a hero. Yes, I need a familiar. I just pulled it from my other party. I pulled it over here. And we're gonna level up click damage. You know what, give me another familiar. Okay. We're just gonna go back to the party and see what happens. See what happens. So I only have 3 familiars out here now, but that's fine. So it's gonna do it'll do its thing in the background party, and we'll see if we can kill with just because I don't care about Bruner's damage. He's a support, so it doesn't matter to me if it has problems. Yeah, you just park 1 familiar on the field and you put 1 on click damage. You don't need more on the field. None of the stuff that would happen in an active party happens in the background party. So it's just a damage check. So we're getting our damage checked. Yeah, I don't have any more to give. So, had background parties progress without any familiars? Sure, they just can't. You can't level stuff up. You level your champions up. They'll go do their thing. It's just you shouldn't. Like once you run out of champion damage, once you can't kill with whatever champion is back there, progress will stop. So yeah, I thought about like the problem with like if I had just leveled up Brunor instead of doing what I did is that Brunor has a very slow attack speed where it's a quicker clear if I'm just click killing. So it just makes more sense to do that. But it's real slow. Like look, it still says I'm on 2. This used to fill up. It used to run around and the number used to change. And it doesn't do that anymore. I wonder if they know it doesn't do that anymore. Hey. Time for another cool chest. Hey, look, it's a guaranteed epic in this one. Epic excitement! Find 50 pieces of epic gear. That's epic. Oh my god, we're up to 4 time gate pieces already? Oh, that's right, because we were at 10. It just blows me away that he just gets these. Just drop. And then you're like, what? What? What just happened? 21. We've scavenged 21 out of 67 so far. As far as I know, your attack speed doesn't. It felt like it did. I don't know. It might not. They might just check your damage, like what damage does it do, and then do the math. But there are weird issues with like if you start messing around with background parties, you'll start finding that like sometimes it'll stop and it's like, why did it stop? Like if I switch over there, it's fine, and then you got to kind of figure that out. I used to know more about it back when I cared about background progress, and I basically, like a lot of the stuff I changed, like putting one familiar on the field when I click damage, that just evens things out, because if it just rotated and started with Brunor without that, it would fail. And I was like, why? I don't understand. And the only thing I think of was, well, he's just not attacking fast enough. But I don't know. Maybe it was some other issue, but we fixed that by putting clickers out there. Well, no, I won't be another time gate because I need 3 for the flex champion tomorrow. So unless he drops 5 more today, which could happen. If your champion doesn't tank, well, that's the thing is like everyone in the party is taking damage. Like the simulation is supposedly is that everybody in the party is taking damage every second in the background. That's what we were told a long time ago. Who knows if it's still true? But so basically, you're just trying to race your damage against their damage to see who dies first. So when I was setting up background parties for patron stuff back in the day, when I would use, like each party would be a different patron, and I'd set my stuff up back there every Monday on stream. Every group, every time I put a champion back there, like to match whatever, like it said Dritz DPS, I'd have Dritz, and then I'd have a tank. There was always a tank, no matter what, because I knew you always had to have the health share to keep the party alive. Just in case, right? I believe in Hake to deliver 5 more. I believe in a thing called Hank. All right, this says 2. We're going to switch over and see where we actually are, because it's not right. Nope, we're on 11. Okay. And our click damage is now up to 121, so yeah, we should be fine. Should be fine. All right, Dalcoon, thanks for hanging out. Can you? I want to burn those? I kind of do, but I don't at the same time. Oh, and still playing Dune, just not. I haven't been doing spice farming because I've been I rebuilt my entire base, rearranged it, so still have the same like land plots that I had before. But now instead of that big tower that I was driving up, I literally just have a garage at the base, and then I have everything else at the top with no actual connection. And then if I need to use the buggy, I just jump off the side, land, get in the buggy, and go back. And then to get back up, I just take my Thopter out. Like I just pull Thopter out, the Scout Thopter out. And then I can unload from the base because it's all one land claim. I don't have to carry the resources up. I just shift it into a storage container at the top, straight out of the buggy at the bottom. And the same thing, like I've got it so I can fly in with my carryall and drop. If I want to store my fan crawler, I can just drop it down into the top. I've got an open roof, and I'm just like with a shield, I just drop it through the roof, and it can sit down there, and I can unload it from the base. Otherwise, I've got enough space to drop it up top and land, and then do stuff, and then go back with it. But I'm at the point now where it's like I need more stuff. I have more space, and I want to be more efficient for when I do massive runs of spice. And so I've got to go harvest. Finally, I have to go harvest lots more resources to build all this stuff slowly out again, to really expand. What do we want here? Oh, it doesn't even tell us enemy types. That's nice. I'll just go here. Why did I put you in? Misclick. So yeah. I should be able to, I'm waiting for the new big containers to get added in and then figure out where they go. But yeah, trying to get it set up, trying to also get some like water creation that isn't always about bodies. But then I've got to gather plants to craft all the filters, and it's like, so I don't know. We'll see. Where's there spice and doom? No, Dune. Honorakis. Dune Awakening. Yeah, I don't know what the difference with Dahani would be. Brunor has a little more health because he's a bruiser. Like this failed experiment that they did at one point. He's technically a bruiser instead of a squishy. Just like, a hybrid DPS, a hybrid support like tank. Or a hybrid whatever with a tank. They get a little more health, and that's why he has like an overwhelmed feat. And, I don't know why Dahani would work so well, and then not. Sasaspia has a really long attack cooldown, so I think it's checking attack speed. For sure. Sesame has like one of the longest attack speed cooldowns in the game. Like base attack cooldown. Agreed. Well, the problem with not upping someone and having them tanking is they're not getting any health. So unless the one you're bringing in from another bench seat is a tank that's health sharing, it feels a little off. But again, I don't know. I haven't messed with trying to tweak a background party in a very long time, so. Once I got into the Briv gem farming era, it slows down your gem farm, your Briv farm. To have background parties running. So I just shut them all down and never looked back. Well, they can't die though. At Maxi Cubert, if someone dies in a background party, your run stops. If just a single person dies, it's supposed to stop. So that's why I'm like, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Based off what they say. Means your seat 1 champion to kill one enemy. But what I'm saying is if the seat 1 champion dies, your party should stop running. You were saying they certainly die. So at this stage, David just don't fully understand anymore how background rulers. Well, they didn't make it. That's why. I can't remember who did, but they literally, I don't know who made the original one, but that didn't work. So they literally assigned someone the job of spending a year rebuilding background progress from the ground up. There was one developer whose job that was for a year. I don't know who it was. It wasn't David. It wasn't Justin. Someone else. And they might not work there anymore. They might not work there anymore. I don't know. So, is it Pete's? I don't think so. But I don't know. You'd have to ask on Dev Insight. Yeah, that was kind of one of the big disappointments. I mean, yeah, background progress did get better. This is the better version, to be clear. This is a much better version. But they said one of the goals, like one of the reasons they were going to rework it was to make it easier to then go in and make sure all abilities worked in the background, including speed champions. And once they got it working, they just gave up on that. They didn't even bother. They didn't even bother trying to make stuff work. Which was incredibly frustrating, right? Even on brand new champions coming out, sometimes stuff just doesn't work in the background. It's like, they're kind of caught in a catch-22 scenario where they really need more resources to be able to go in and fix that, which means more people playing and enjoying it and spending money to be able to hire someone to assign them to make all the background progress stuff work. But people aren't really going to enjoy it that much to spend money on the game if background progress doesn't work. It's like it's a catch-22 at this point, right? I'd be glad if stuff just worked in the active party for 3 champ releases in a row. Wow. You know, I don't want to say welcome to game dev, but welcome to game dev. I don't know. I don't disagree, but it's just, yeah, it's not gonna happen. is not a lot of favor. I didn't look at what our variant is. 175, of course it is. Of course it is. You just release more Red Panda and Chibi skins if they wanted all the money. Most of the Red Panda ones were given away like in the variants, weren't they? Chibi skins, definitely. Yeah. Those ones are always so good. I don't have any money, but if I did, Chibi skins would get me, pirate skins would get me. Those are the kind of two of the best skins for me. Businesses to give away the best skins on the planet for free. I don't know what. I mean, it was neat that they were like, "Hey, we're gonna put skins and variants as rewards. See what happens." And cool. I mean, they tried it, but I think they were worried about releasing so many at once, like for cash. I'm not a big fan of the Red Panda skins, but I'm glad there's people that like them. Like even like the polymorph skins, I don't even really like them either. But there's people that really like those. Well, no, people would probably still complain. But the issue now is they don't have the art resources to create a ton of skins. Like they're, they keep up with the new story stuff and the theme stuff, and that's probably it. Oh man, I don't know that yeah. Like I kind of half figured that one of the reasons we didn't get like one of the variant 3s over here. It's Strong Hearts. Yeah, it gave a feat instead of a skin. I was like, I wonder if they just didn't have time to like enough room in the pipeline to be able to make a skin for him. I don't know. See, now Lae'zel will move us past this. We want to clear all these off. Yep, see? Like, nope, we're done. Okay, we got a silver freely already. That's a white. It figures. We basically I just want to get to like 200. Grab 2 silver chests for him just because it's easy. It's quick and easy. Not that quick, but it's relatively quick. Bugs me that if you hover over the reward, you get a favorite description, not what the reward actually is. Wow. It's always been like that. But yeah. 8 years. Yeah. Yeah, here's a super cool reward. You'll find out what it is once you complete it. Well, how do I know if I want it? Like, yeah. Yeah, there's lots of little, you know, polish things, quality of life, polish, whatever you want to call it. There's probably a list a mile long of things that if we sat down and tried to figure it all out, it would be vast. Yeah, for sure. You know, their quality of life. And I have a feeling that it's all hands on deck on the Trials and Forgery work right now. But I don't know. Depends on how many, you know, how complex is it? How many pieces can you break it into to have multiple people working on it? I don't know. And we don't get to ask them until the 18th, right? Next, or not even this Thursday, next Thursday, their last Dev Insights of the year, and it'll be the first for like a month. So we'll see if they talk about it at all. Might not. It still might not be ready to talk about. We don't know. Actually, these are kind of the cards we wanted. I mean, I like gems, but 3 moons is giving us more gold find on this run. So it wasn't the worst time to get moon cards. To get mooned. Oh god, we're up to 5 time gate pieces. Hank's trying. Stop it, Hank. Stop it, Hank. We'd need to get to 9 again. Because again, I need 3 for tomorrow. Who's the next time gate? I didn't have one in mind. I didn't think this was gonna happen. I didn't have one in mind. I don't know. I mean, I was gonna flex 2 and 6 in the event, but we could just not do one of those. And then I could flex one of those, like I could flex 2, and then I could time gate Shandy, and then I could flex Yorvin for the final one and get the bunny beast, right? And then we could get rid of Lark and have Shandy in, because Lark's, I mean, he's fine, but he's not really speeding us up right now. He's a little bit. We'll take what we can get, but Shandy would be better. Shandy would help us be more efficient with our potions, right? Yeah. So I don't know. Yeah, Shandy's a lot better early on. Yeah, she doesn't need gear, right? Who's 2 in the event? Probably Regis. I think I would choose Regis over Talon. I don't race to Human. There's just some more efficient speed champions before Human. Well, I'm doing seat 7 right now. I'm getting seat 7 right now. This will be freely in 7. Because I mean, in 2, who would I want to time gate? Whittle, but I already have Lae'zel, so we're fine. Like I don't, I can be efficient with I can spread my speed out a little more if I go somewhere else. Oh, we cleared 200. Get out of here. Take a break. All right, Dezior. If you can surround Human with people, sure, but that isn't always. It depends on the potential formation layout available. It's not always available. No, I don't have a speed potion. Speed potion. And there we go. There's the freely silver. Give me a green. Thank you. Oh, requisition. All right. Cool. But yeah, if you have the right formation layout, it's just that Shandy works no matter what, no matter the formation layout. So I usually like to have her before I get him on. It's a favor buff here. Yeah. We can. Adventurous Tale. For each area completed with freely in the formation, gain a 0.01% bonus to the divine favor you earn when you complete the adventure. But when you're going a long ways, it's a nice bonus. He also has multiple feats that eventually you'll be able to get. There's 3 to boost it. And he has an item for that. So it works out really well. Works out really well. Freely, the luckiest boy. But we need speed right now. 2 potions of polish. I should use 1 for Briv, right? If you're gonna chase Briv gem farming, then at some point you will want to either shiny or epic, or shiny or golden his slot 4. But that's like he's last priority after dealing with your other speed champions to a certain degree. Like right now I have a potion of polish and I'm like, where should I use it? It's not going on Briv. Where is it? Here it is. It's not going to go on Briv. I'm trying to decide if it's going to go on Diana or a Sentry, because that's going to give me better item level efficiency, like to get to their cap early. If I already had Human, I'd put it on Human's rainbow eggs, but I don't have Human. So I'll worry about, like, I'll get another one of those from a patron at some point, you'd think, and I can always put that one on him. I like shiny. Yeah, mine, I shinied her. That's fine. Yeah, so, yeah, you just kind of got to figure out, where's it going to help you overall. And like early on, I like to get speed efficiency going. Gem efficiency we love. But if I can get some speed efficiency either here or here, yay. Your Diana has a shiny ring of agility. Is that this one? That's a slot 2. I only have the level 1, so yeah. Sentries is her slot 3, and then Human's is slot 4 should be slot 4. Those are the major ones. Yeah, those are the major ones to hit up. And then Briv slot 4 after that. Humans is golden. Okay. Yeah, then they're good. You don't got to worry about that. So yeah, so now we have 3 here. So again, we're down to now we're down to 4. I know, I mean, you know, again, a Zaken Dragon Bait can fill 11 and 12. So it's really, if another time gate would be 2 or 6. And like I said, Whittle is usually where I would go here with a time gate. We don't really need, we're not at the point where we would need a Cridle or the gold find from Merylwyn. It would just be getting a different speed effect in, but I mean, we're fine with Lae'zel, so not worried about it. And 6, I mean, Shandy's got the speed effect going. There isn't anyone else in 6 that I would that I really would race to, because Cass is going to be in Tales of the Champion. So yeah, it feels like Shandy would be the best option, because then that would free up, you know, that would free up my ability to grab Yorvin from the event. Did it load all those fires in? Weird. Mel speed supplement? No. He's actually not. I mean, it's just not great. I know there's talent in the event, but I don't like talent. Like, I don't find talent super useful. I'm not saying I'm going to find Regis super useful. It's just between the two, I'd rather have Regis. Talon could use a rework, yeah. Their buffs just aren't up to par. And Regis has his synergy with Companions of the Hall. Talon doesn't, you know, have anything extra going for them. Other than that, it's you know, cool art. But, you know. It keeps delivering it close enough to a blue shield. Like, what are you talking about? I don't think that's true. I mean, can we go to Wild Beyond the Witchlight? Yes. Do I have the, does this account have the capability to unlock Blushi? I don't know. Hold on. Yeah, I know someone that's got a guide for that. Let me look. You're guaranteed to lose 23 champions. So you need 32 total. We already have enough. But it's the power. We got to get a 600 with 9 champions. Right? That's the area goal 600. Isn't that it? Yeah. Is it possible? Maybe? Do we try it? We might. I'd have to go there. We'd have to do a deep favor push. Because we might have to do 2. I mean, I know Carlock can get us to 600, but that's with favor. And in a lower campaign, Wild Beyond the Witchlight is a harder campaign. It's in the medium list. Doing that with like whites and greens on champions seems... Yeah. Traylon says I still barely reached 600 in some formations, but I finally reached 1,000 yesterday with the fallbacks. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, man. A blue sheet, unlike just skipping Azaka and Dragon Bait and Alcoria and Rhea and Xeraphon and just going to blue sheet before Split the Party 2? I mean, I'm open to trying it. It's not going to be, it wouldn't be tomorrow. Maybe Thursday. Alcoria's, well, it's Magic Champions only, and then they give you a bunch of your core champions to go with it. I don't know. I haven't found... the last couple of times we played through, I didn't find her difficult at all. Well, last time we just skipped her completely because she just isn't even necessary. She's not great, and the only reason you go there is if you don't have enough power to be able to do like Avernus. But if we can jump and do Belushi, then we can skip Alcoria and just go to Avernus. Right? Okay, we'll see. I mean, I'm down to try it. You want to get Belushi for the flex now? I mean, I kind of do. I kind of want to be able to say, early game's wild now. You can just skip. You can do Sword Coast. You can do Tails. You can come back. You can grab Dritz. You can go to you can do your 15 adventures in Waterdeep to unlock Vajra as a patron. Then you go over to Tomb and start. I mean, do you have to go to Tomb? I mean, you go to Tomb to start working on a Zoc and Dragon Bait, but then just be like, I'm just gonna go do Blue Sheet. Like, that's a little wild. A little wild. Went straight to Avernus after Azaka. See, I don't know that I would want to give up Dragon Bait. I really find usefulness in Dragon Bait as a tank. But new world that we're living in now, because in 11, I mean, I guess, we got Strongheart, but yeah, I've used him as a tank. I guess I would be using Strongheart more with Karlach. I don't know. It's just wild. It's a wild new world that we're playing the game in, I guess. Kind of the biggest thing that hurts you about some of the early evergreens is these requirements of completing a certain number of adventures and variants. They stopped doing that in the later evergreens, and I think that was a good thing, and I wish they'd go back and remove those requirements. I think it'd be nice, but I don't think it's ever going to happen. Because Olcoria, I mean, it would be nice to pick Olcoria, but you got to do all the base adventures and almost so many of the variants to get Olcoria that it just feels like she's not worth the grind unless you need power. Right? And then you're just doing them to get the gems before you go somewhere else. Yeah, 45 water deep variants. It's rough. A lot. Let me go 175. Champions switch days for automatically get luck. Only enemies affected by at least one lucky break can be damaged. Oh, yeah. Click on it fast enough. Okay, so we need him up here. Oh, I can't move him. Son of a... Why? Why would you do that? Oh, what a garbage restriction. What a garbage restriction. Oh. Furnace used to be harder, but the power curve's gotten better, right? So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it used to be you unlocked Olcoria because you needed her for, like, you used her for an easy split the party. See, but now you get so many champions so fast. It just doesn't matter. And she's never green, so she'll probably never get reworked. So hold on. So if we can... That and then potentially... Oh my God. Well, we wouldn't be able to do Commodore Crux because we wouldn't have the speed team for that. But Belushi's potentially on the table. That's just ridiculous. Gems. E185 and Belushi formation all you need. Roughly E20 from each channel. Well, but like, how many? I don't think I list how many adventures in it is. No. 4th adventure node in Prismir. Okay, so we have to grind through a bit just to get there. We do a couple deep favor runs along the way, and then See what happens. It's just so wild to me. It's so wild. But yeah, I mean, that sounds potentially doable. 185 is up there. I can't remember what our high level bud was. But we have added a lot of power since we cleared 600, so. Pretty sure your first time gate once you're finished with speed champs will be free to. Well, I mean, if you want that. Should definitely, the Brimstone Angels reworks have them in a much more enjoyable place. Well, here's the thing. Oh my god. If I'm gonna try that, I kind of need to try it before I flex a champion, or else we're just delaying, or else I just go ahead and flex Yorvin and say that we're just gonna time gate Shandy. And then that would potentially delay. Well, no, then we just end up time gating somebody from 2. Because I wouldn't wait a whole week. Like, we you know. This whole thing is wild. Yeah, so I mean, even the flex slots in the event don't matter. Here, Regis from Patreon. That's not, I only have Bajra, so. I could get Jaheira, that doesn't help me. So. But if we get Blushi, I get the 2. But if we can't do it, then I'm stuck waiting for a time gate for 2. Because I'd probably get the time gate pieces before I'd get back around to next week's flex slot. And Yorvin. I mean, Yorvin's a beast. He would be a super solid buffer. I don't know. Blushi isn't even in the new player reference. Yeah, that's because why would you ever go there? That's solely in the mid game normally. But now you're fed so much power from Tails that now it's a possibility. Set Hank up overnight curse farmer. Oh no. We're not doing that. You said right now. Oh, hey, by the way, where are we at? Did we complete it? No, we had to 58 so far. We're supposed to get to 150. Jesus. Pick up the pace, Bruno. I have a feeling Bruner is going to be doing that overnight. Gar comes back with, I prepped Tim Guy time gates while offline now. I mean, we could. It's that's something a new player might do. We could. I wasn't planning on playing the game that way. Because normally we just don't do it. Normally I don't do any progress offline until we have our second Modron core. And then usually it's just looping patron stuff. Patron free plays. So, I don't know. What are the best event champs for Simral? Yorvin. If you want, like, Yorvin's the best support, but like probably best overall in my opinion. War Duke would probably come in after that. I don't play around with War Duke, so gonna stay away. After that, you'd probably be looking somewhat equally at like Warden and Shadowheart, Paulson Kroll, probably in that neighborhood. But Yorvin's a beast. I don't rate Shadowheart that high. But guessing Blue She isn't well. No, I mean usually you want to get Blue She. It's just my new player reference is about the new player journey through the early game and into the mid game, and Blue She is like so far past where we're usually stopping doing mid game stuff. But now Blue She can actually be a really solid tank and support in 2. Just normally you're not even considering her this early in the game, but Tales of the Champions changed everything. Keep looking over, expecting like, am I going to get Electrums? We don't even have Diana in. Betrayal, and they're talking about Shadowheart. What is Warden really good at? He's a debuffer. Excuse me, they are a debuffer. I think Warden's they, them. They're a debuffer. Honestly, hold on. Let me look at their guide. But they can stack up a lot of debuffs in the right like situations. They've always been a really good debuffer. They are a DPS as well, but I've never found a lot of enjoyment out of their debuff or out of their DPS. Yeah, they them pronouns. Basically, they hex targets as as they hit them, and they can stack up hexes, and they spawn these specters, and the specters like debuff enemies that they're nearby, and it all stacks up, and you can build up lots of hex stacks, lots of specters, and enjoy. But they either want a bunch of evil champions, a bunch of high dex champions, or high charisma, or like champions who have charisma as their highest stat. Like those. So I usually am using him like in evil groups. Those are his spec choices, but they stack really well. You want to stack his spec choices. But War Duck is like, he is a DPS. It doesn't matter that he says tank. He doesn't really. Can he exist in the front line? Sure, but he's not a tank he's not a tank support, so he's not going to help you if he's in the tank line. He's just going to help himself. And he inverts everything, and it's frustrating if you're not into it. Yeah. He's Warden's DPS for one variant so far that basically required non-binary DPS. Yeah. I mean, he can show up and he can do it. He's just not super great at it. It's kind of like Yorvin. Yorvin is a way better support than they are a DPS. But, if you need, can you DPS with him? Sure. Lucius is a breaker. Well, he's Is he? He's a DPS. Hold on. Like, is he a breaker? Let me look at it in here. Oh, he is. He's a DPS though. He does not. You bring him into DPS. He just happens to have those other tags. So yeah, you don't bring him in as a breaker. You bring him in to do the damage. And then he happens to have some extra stuff in his kit. Yeah, so he has his Arcane Chromat Acid, he stacks it up when he attacks. And as long as you've got a stack of acid, armored enemies lose double chunks because acid. He also, but these are his attack features. And his cold one is what does a slow. So that's his, there's his control roll and his debuff and his break are all there, but he's just a DPS champion. Is he good? He's okay. I've used him before. He's a member of the Heroes of Erois, right? Right? Isn't that one? Yes, Heroes of Erois. So they've got like a synergy that they like to be together, but I don't know. I never run an Erois group. I don't know. I've used him before. There used to be a really like an infinite damage situation with Lucius and Havilar, and then there was a infinite tanking situation with Solis and Narak. All of that's been patched out of the game, but you could basically push forever with them, like with that 4 champ combo, but only in like one adventure in the entire game at the time. But I've used Lucius to clear variants before. Lucius wants to have lots of people with like lots of control people. It helps him do his stuff. You're at 45 champs. Time to spreadsheet blue sheet, man. 45. Why'd you wait so long? Oh god, I can't believe we're gonna try this. I am gonna try it. I just don't know if it's gonna be tomorrow or Thursday. I mean, well, we've got to go over there and do stuff to get some favor and go through adventures, but absolutely ridiculous that this is a thing we're considering. Yeah, there are a million things to do. It's almost overwhelming. Like if you're trying to figure it out, it's way more. There's way more options available to you now than there ever were. This is taking forever. We're not even. We've been doing this for 16 minutes. We only got 50 areas. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's just a slowdown from needing this debuff before it does anything. Way more options, but no one gave me help. Yeah. So, Luck of Yandala is the core of Freedy's kit, and it doesn't tell you what it does. Over here, this is his hidden power. It's this whole list of things. He's got a debuff that makes enemies take double damage per stack, and it stacks multiplicatively. He's got one that makes enemies drop more gold, which also stacks multiplicatively. He's got another one that speeds up other champions' attack speed, which stacks additively. And then one that stuns, that stacks additively. So, and you're getting a random one of these applied every time he attacks. But then all the people around him, with unlucky for that, well, with one of these. Oh, down here with his spec choices. He in this one, all the people around him get lucky for them, or get luck of Yondala. But with his spec choices, he decides, like, are you gonna, either lawful champions can have them, neutral champions can have them, or chaotic champions can have it. So you can have lots of people applying those stacks, and again, like, they're applying random debuffs, but they can potentially stack, but you have no idea what they're getting. Like, it puts this little, they tried to paint this little picture, but the picture only tells you if you have one of those debuffs applied. Doesn't tell you how many. There's nothing that tells you how many stacks, as far as we can tell. Yeah. So he's just like, sometimes suddenly you're killing something that you didn't think you should kill. Sometimes you have way more gold than you think you should have at that point. And it's because he just they randomly got a bunch of the right stacks. Yay. Guy quests were a great idea with poor implementation. Yeah, yeah. I was even a little bit involved in that before. Well, in the reviewing some of the information beforehand and like talking about that kind of stuff. But then so I was like, okay, this could be really good. And then the presentation came out, and I was like, welp. So much for that. And then instead of like going in and fixing the presentation on that, they gave us this, which is the most useless button in the game. This is the Xander of buttons. Xander, the most useless speed champion in the game. Should we do beast mode? Yeah, it's bad. Like, just presenting the guide quest better would have been like, here's how you get through the game. But who knows now? Now it might not even, with Tails, it might not even be accurate. What does this say right now? Hold on. Oh, I should be getting item levels, and I should be completing variants. Like, why? Just to get one gold chest? Oh, let's race to do that. No. So this is, I mean, this one makes a little bit of sense, but then it's just saying, hey, your reward is 500 corrupted gems, so it's not even really telling you what you're actually getting. So I should be doing Grand Tour variants. Oh. I can't even go out and actively try to do this other than just, it doesn't. Oh, dude, Diana's free play. How? We just never went that far. I can't go do it now. I have to open a time gate. That's silly. All right, so here's how this works. Now, a lot of times people will just pick the number that's biggest for freely, and that's fine. As I get a headache thinking about it, it's fine. But this is one of those situations where they should have given us the names, because if someone does an AoE, or if someone has a multi-hit, AoE applies it to every enemy hit. Multi-hit can apply it to, multiple enemies. I think each hit is its own stack, like, potentially. Like, they should have, like, that. We needed to know who was doing it, because potentially this could be better than this. They didn't give us that information. So you can try to figure it out on your own, or you can just pick the bigger number. The number can include spurt? Sure, yeah. Because it's just counting champions. It's not doing... That's what I said. It would be better to just have names. There are traps in this game where they put numbers and they shouldn't... And the numbers don't matter and you need names. This one is at least... I mean, it's this one's the average DPS of traps. But there are some base DPS traps out there. If you know what I mean. Yeah. Not great. We're gonna run out of this potion. I don't want to spend another potion. I think if a champ is multi-hit or AoE, is there an icon? No, it's in their description. The Briv cleaves a random enemy with his greatsword. Cleave means he's hitting through it. So each enemy hit has 20% chance of being taunted, switching its target to Briv. So he goes out to a specific enemy and cleaves, which means he does an AoE with his sword. So that's an AoE hit, right? Hank just says attacks close enemy, dealing one hit and knocking them back, right? So that's pretty straightforward. Who has a... Oh, Hitch throws a number of daggers, so he's a multi-hit, right? And then stabs the nearest target in the face. So this is multi-hit. You know, so you're looking for you have to read them and know, right? See, this says closest enemies, so that tells you it's an AoE. This says sending a musical injury to attack up to 3 random enemies. So potential multi-hit of multiple people. It just says a beam of crackling energy streaks toward a random enemy, so that's a single hit. That's a single hit. It's a single hit. Yeah. You just kind of got to read them. Read them and weep. Just got another dagger for the multi-hit. But, yeah. But the problem is like we don't truly know exactly how freely works. So this is all conjecture, right? Because we never see we're kind of hoping that he's stacking up off of multiple hits, but we don't know because it doesn't tell us anywhere. Because it's a debuff on an enemy, and there's no list of debuffs applied to enemies anywhere. They're like, why would you want that? You could have hundreds of... You could have 100 enemies on the screen. We can't put that list out there. It's like... Then why'd you put debuffs in the game? This game would have been way better. Like, it would have ran better. Like, it would be smoother. It would have less issues and less slowdown if they had never added debuffs. There are so many issues in this game about it slowing down the processing and locking it up because of debuffs. Ridiculous. Can they highlight characters when choosing? No, because the window, like the specialization window, may be open above the champions. So just needs to put their names down there. Because there's ones where it's like it gives you these things to count, like it's counting the numbers, and then it gives you the numbers down below. But if you read the specialization, it's just trying to buff your primary DPS, so the numbers don't actually mean anything. Those are the ones that I say are like the base DPS of specialization traps. Because what you actually need are the names, because you need to know, well, which one of these targets my DPS. And the game doesn't tell you that. Oh, I don't even... Yeah, I unfortunately, like, I was once upon a time, I was a Narak main, like, back when he was a DPS champion. And then they reworked him and ruined him. It's fine that they took the DPS away, but they ruined him even as a functional champion. So... Does he have the potential to have a lot of power? Yeah. but they bury it behind an ableist minigame, and then when people recommend him, like they tell people, well, just ignore half of his kit, do this part and ignore the other half. That's enough. And it's like, there's so much more to him, and they just killed it. Someone's like, I got split the party and my first modern core. What next? Who knows nowadays, buddy? Oh, jeez. Well, it doesn't circumvent the minigame at all, though. That's the problem. Everybody says that, but that's you're only when you do that thing that you're talking about. That's only half of his kit. One piece of his kit. The other part is still locked behind the minigame. If you're not doing the minigame, you're leaving a huge debuff on the table. Like, and just not accessing it. It's so, it really frustrates me. Like, that was the fact that they just absolutely ignored it and didn't want to do anything about it. And then they're like, oh, we're going to do something about it. And then like a year later, they're like, no, we decided we're not going to bother. And they just gave him a feat to try to give somebody a little something. It's like, that had happened right at the same time as House Always Wins, I probably have been like, well, I'm good. See ya. Those two things back to back would have been like, too much bad at one time. Me no likey. Ugh. We gotta go 60 more airs and I don't have enough. I can't sit here at normal speed. I absolutely cannot. Yeah, I mean, it's just the feat was kind of an insult, right? Because you're talking about stacking, something that's stacking, and then you're just like, well, we'll give you half the stacks. Like, we can get there. Just everything. I just talking about Narak frustrates me nowadays. Because he's the prime example of how they reworked a champion and made it worse, but then just ignored it. Because people are using it. Their usage data says it's fine. Well, that's not. You can't just look at that. Like, you've got to look at more than that. Like, why spend the time to do something and then just be like, well, it's bad. All right, well, we're just going to ignore it now and move on. Four silver chests. I gotta try real hard not to use those. We're gonna hoard those for Mert because we're getting closer. 1636. It's close enough where I want to have 10 silver chests. We're also, I mean, 5 gate pieces. We're far enough away here. I mean, probably start hoarding those afterwards. We already have the bounty contract. What are the alternatives? Not doing the minigame in time when him. Well, the alternative is just don't use Narak ever, which is what I do. That's where I live. I went from using him like, I mean, he was my damage main, like he was my DPS main, to just not using him ever. I figure if other people are going to half-ass use him, I'm going to not use him at all and try to balance out the usage statistics, but it hasn't. Obviously, that didn't help. Yeah. You seem to get around fine in the wheelchair, so what's the problem? I'd like you to fix my legs, things. They're just broken. Well, that's fine. You'll be fine. No. That's a bad example, but probably not the best example, dude. But yeah, it gets the message across. Yeah, from their perspective, they're just, I don't know. It seems like they just look at the usage data and they're like, oh, it's fine. It's good enough. And then they move on. Like Nordum's rework with his, ability to level up Modron cores, it felt like they just kind of went, well, I mean, there's people that have that ramped up through the roof, so it's fine. We'll just leave it the way it is. We'll just focus on the support abilities. And it's like, this is like probably the only time you're ever going to rework Nordum. Like, you got to think about it that way. Like, you really got to go into it going, with the number of champions we have in our game, this may be the only time we ever rework this champion. And then give them something that matters. Because it wasn't going to change. Like if they had just bumped him up to a guaranteed, double XP to start, no items, that would have helped. That potentially could have made, I don't even know, potentially could have made him better than Diana off the beginning. I probably would have. But without that, Diana's still like, it's still a trap to like timegate Nordum to try to level up your Modron faster. Because Diana's actually the better champion for that. Oh, we were talking about Narak. He has a quick time event as a minigame for his ultimate. You've got this thing swing that like moves and you've got to stop it. Like you've got to hit the buttons when it's in the right spot, like repeatedly, and then the spot always gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and you got to get through the whole. If you get it all, you get max stacks. But then if you reset the ultimate, like with Dungeon Master, and get it back immediately and do the minigame again and do it perfectly again, then you get the actual max stacks. So it's not even that you have to get through the minigame once, you got to get through it twice perfectly. And that then sets your stack, like your one buff level. But then those number of those stacks actually also gives you a debuff based on the number of them on like the target that you hit with them. And so you need to be able to do that like consistently once you're getting to higher areas, and people just ignore the debuff. They're like, this is good garbage. And they get their max stacks with another way. Cause there's an ability that builds the stacks. And then there's another ability later that decays the stacks. What they do is they level up to the point where they can build the stacks, and then they stop leveling them. And they park a familiar on the ultimate and don't care what it gets, and it builds up to the maximum stacks because they're not actually consuming them, they're not decaying. And then once they get that, then they'll level them up and then just ignore the debuff and just take the buff. And it's like you, this was horrible. And in a game with lag, like this game has lag. There's no getting around that. The game is laggy. Getting something that's moving to stop in a small window is like, good luck. Good luck. Can I do it? Sure. Do I want to do it? Absolutely not. Like there was no need to ever make the game that active. And it's ableist. Like people play this game because one of the reasons it says idle. We won't get into it, but it's not a Twitch-based game. You don't have to do anything that requires you to hit buttons real fast. You just set stuff up and let it do its thing for the vast majority of the game until you get to that ultimate. Rough. Any other champs with a minigame to avoid? Bizarro, that's it. The only one. They were like, we wanted to try something unique with Narak, and I'm like, unique doesn't mean good. I can make a very unique flavored sandwich. That doesn't mean it's going to be enjoyable. Vi is, I'm not even, like, that's not even the same to me. Because it's literally, hers is just her ultimate damage. It's not affecting her actual kit. Yeah. Vi's is a 2-press ultimate, but like you hit it twice, but if you want, it works just fine without hitting it the second time. Second time just gives you a little bonus damage, but it's not actually a core function of her kit. So really just Narak. I just don't use him anymore. I don't know that I've ever had to put him in since that. Like had to or been forced to. I don't think so. I just try to stay wholly away from him. Strongheart got a blue. Was that a blue that he actually cared about? I don't know. That's not what I wanted. Seeds. Nope, we had the green already. Okay. Can't wait for the new flex slot tomorrow. Holding off Electros, I can't even do that. Can't even do that on this account. They're all gone. Yeah, that's kind of the problem now with the early game. If it has a problem, it's that you just can't gear the champions up. I'm doing the best case scenario of Eliwick and Diana, so gems and Electrum chests, and I just can't get gear on these champions. Should be opening all of these, but not best case scenario. But I'm running the champions that would give me the best scenario. We just haven't gotten enough Electrum. You just earn that. You earn new champion, new event champion so fast. but there's just not enough there. All right, there we go. We're good. Are we done with his? That's all 3, right? Yes, we're out of here. It's going to go into the Red Knight. So tomorrow we'll have about an hour before Nordham comes out. Oh, we'll be working on the guide. I'll be doing something on, I don't know. Do we go do like a favor run? Do we do a favor run and Wild Be on the Witchlight tomorrow? To start? Maybe. Maybe. But I can't do anything on this account until, you know, we can't unlock Nordham until he comes out. But on my main account, I can pull Nordham up and we can build out the guide. So that's what we'll be doing. So I think, yeah, probably deep favor run on this account tomorrow. Sounds like we can't get to Blueshy that fast, but I think maybe we'll go start a favor run. Wild. Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, why not? This is such a weird run now. The new early game is in such a weird place. Why not get Blueshy on day 11? No, it's not going to be that. But before 2 weeks have been in, like, come on. So we'll see. That's going to be it for today. So yeah, I will see you all tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. Bye, everybody.